हेलो नहीं आ रहा
We are live on Facebook, and you can see our program live there. So if you could leave Zoom and join us on live, then it becomes much more interactive. Please, those who are on Facebook, you can also share it from Alumni Association of JNU, that way page. Everybody who is watching on Facebook, and if they request us, they can get their certificate. So that is not a problem. But please make some space for our honorable guests.
Excuse me.
Friends, we should start now.
Please, sir.
Now, as I have been requesting, please leave Zoom, because somehow we do not have a capacity for over 100, although we have paid subscription and everything. Now, what I would suggest everybody is that you can watch us live on Facebook. I would like Mr. Mahip ji, who is the convener of Alumni Association of JNU, to come and join us and deliver his welcome speech. Mr. Mahip, are you here? There are some space available now, as I can see. Mahip ji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, please continue.
Great. Please start your welcome speech. Thank you. I'm really, really happy that you have joined us, and please deliver your welcome speech. You are the convener of Alumni Association of JNU, and it is a matter of pride that we are organizing this live webinar through Zoom and Facebook. I once again request that those who are not going to speak, please leave Zoom and you can watch us on Facebook. We will give you the certificate. That's not a problem at all, but please leave so that our speakers can join. The General VK Singh or the Vice Chancellor or other people, they can join us. So please, my most humble request, I know we have paid subscription for 1,000 people. I can show you the receipt, but somehow this Zoom is not allowing us. So Mahip ji, without further delay, we do not want to delay. We are already 6 minutes late. So please, I welcome you and deliver your welcome address. Thank you, Mahip ji.
Thank you so much, sir. I really apologize to be as the convener of the webinar, that due to some technical glitch, we couldn't manage to start on the time. Let me acknowledge the distinguished guests and let me welcome all. Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNU, Professor M. Jagdesh Kumar, His Highness, the Chief Guest of our program, Honorable Union Minister of State, Road Transport and Highways, General VK Singh, Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected live members of as estimated JNU alumni friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Alumni Association of JNU, I, Dr. Mahip, the convener of middle edition of Aaj webinar series, welcome you all to participate in this very interesting and relevant topic of today's webinar, Self-Reliant India, Aspirations and Opportunities. I would like to pay a special gratitude to the chief guest, Honorable Minister, who managed to time and amid his extremely busy and hectic schedule of duties and responsibilities during this Corona time of monumental crisis. Sir,
Hello.
it is our great honor to have you with us to grace this webinar today. We are immensely indebted to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNU, who is also the patron of our Alumni Association and always very kind to us. Many of the dignitaries and distinguished speakers who are sharing their time with us in this event have also changed previous commitments in their public, political, and professional obligations to find time to render stimulation and appreciation to the extended JNU family across the globe. I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to all the participants in this opening ceremony as the gateway to the initiation to our academic deliberation. Now, I would like to invite our General Secretary, Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, to make his introductory remark. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mahibji. Now we invite the General Secretary of AAJ, Dheeraj Singh Ji, to make his presentation and welcome all the speakers. So over to you, Dheeraj Ji.
Namaskar everyone. A warm welcome to the maiden edition of AAJ webinar series on the topic of Self-Reliant India Aspirations and Opportunities. I, Dr. Dheeraj Singh, today feel honored and privileged to represent Official Alumni Association of JNU as General Secretary to introduce our chief guests and dignitaries of this webinar. JNU is proud to have more than 80,000 alumni spread across the globe that have grown over the last 5 decades. With a clarion call to the nation, Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji urged one and all to realize the country's hidden potential, become self-reliant, and come up to the challenge. To uphold the democratic and inclusive traditions of JNU and to strive for their furtherance through various activities of AAJ, we have singular objective of establishing connect among JNU alumni for helping individuals, overall societal development, and policy interventions. Connecting with alma mater in terms of both intellectual and collective contributions for academics and research purpose. Organizing socio-cultural events for dissemination of valuable information. In this context, AAJ is initiating its webinar series, which connects individuals with viewers across the world. The AAJ webinar series is aimed at engineering social and national reconstruction and strengthening bilateral ties based on the country's sovereignty and integrity, and thereby enlighten the society at large. It is a great honor for me to introduce our chief guest, General B.K. Singh Sir, Honorable Union Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, to our webinar. Today, we are privileged to have an opportunity to listen to his pulse of wisdom that gets enriched with his vast experience and inspirational life. Now, I would like to introduce Professor M. Jagdish Kumar Sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNU. He is our patron and always ready to help and support AAJ in every possible way. We have our rector, sir, with us, Professor Rana Pratap Singh, who is an eminent scientist in School of Life Sciences, New Delhi, JNU. Now, I would like to give a small introduction of our honorable speakers. Sri Upendra Tripathi, who is a life member of our JNU alumnus. Sir is an IS officer of Karnataka cadre, and he is the Director General of International Solar Alliance, a treaty-based intergovernmental alliance of 121 sun-signed countries headquartered in India with the United Nations as strategic partner. Tripathi sir works with various governments to ensure energy security around the world by promoting solar power as a sustainable way to transition to a carbon-neutral future. We have our JNU alumnus, Sri S.N. Pradhan sir, a senior IPS officer. He is the Director General of National Disaster Response Force. He is facing a double challenge these days as Cyclone Amphan is striking in time of COVID-19 in West Bengal and Odisha. He is serving and saving the life of the affected and vulnerable people at the war path. Sri Arun Kumar Panda sir, an IS officer of Odisha cadre, was Secretary in the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, having obtained his PhD in economics from University of Southern California, USA. MSME has crucial role to play in making India self-reliant. Sri R. Ramanan sir, an IIT Mumbai graduate, is currently the Additional Secretary and Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, a flagship national innovation initiative of Government of India. Mr. Ramanan has key responsibility is to establish and promote a vibrant culture of innovation and entrepreneurship across the country. Dr. Millanini Darswal, Madam, a postgraduate in economics from Austin, is a doctor turned 2002 batch Odisha cadre IS officer, is on the Harvard Doctor of Public Health High-Level Leadership Study Program, which is considered the highest degree in public health in the world, and is aimed at making a difference in public health and healthcare, which assumes all the more importance given public health emergency due to the outbreak of novel corona pandemic. Professor Manoj Pant, he is Vice Chancellor and Director, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, which is one of the country's oldest and top B schools that offers an MBA in international business since 1963. Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpayee, a JNU alumnus, presently Joint Secretary with Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India. He has the aim of for Bharat to optimize the green resources and sustainable development. Sri Himanshu Lal, he is the DIG in Odisha government, and he is rubbing the Maoist the way it hurts the most and reliving the Bollywood blockbuster Singham in the remote areas of the state. He is a 2003 batch IPS officer for Odisha cadre, and he is our alumnus. Dr. Nivedita Gupta, a JNU alumnus and now a senior scientist at ICMR, is currently spearheading the project to make India COVID-19 ready by augmenting the COVID-19 diagnostic capacity from 13 to 502 labs across the country since the pandemic outbreak in India. Sri Gopal Arya ji is a dedicated environmentalist who has devoted his life for nation and social service. We have Sri A.K. Jha ji with us. He is Senior Director of Quality Council of India and is promoting quality standards across the field of education and environment to save and optimize time and energy that can make everyone self-reliant. Dr. BBL Madhukar, he is Director General of BRICS Chambers of Commerce and Industry, a parent organization that promotes trade and commerce among member countries. Ms. Eva Ashish Srivastav, he is our alumnus and an Uttarakhand cadre IS officer. She is currently Managing Director of Gadwal Mandal Vikas Nigam. Ms. Srivastava is working on a mission to create 4 more meditation caves after Kedarnath hogged the limelight as the first meditation cave where Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji spent a night last year. I would request you to spark the fire in the heart with fresh energy, vigor, and enthusiasm, as this is an appeal to all our 80,000 alumni spread across India and the globe. Our main objective is to ignite the untapped potential of millions of members of various alumni associations of different schools, colleges, institutions, and universities in this mission towards making India self-reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Your kind help, support, patronage, and intervention are of utmost importance. Thank you all and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dheeraj ji. Now I invite the president of AAJ, Rajesh Kumar, without further wasting your time. So Rajesh Kumar ji, who is the president of Alumni Association of JNU. Rajesh ji, please.
Good evening, sirs. First, let me apologize for the inconvenience caused to many of our viewers, because as you have been told by our moderator, we had applied and got 1,000 connections for 1,000 attendances, but somehow Zoom is allowing only 100 at the moment. So my apology for that. Now let me begin. Honorable Chief Guest, Union Minister General VK Singh ji, Vice Chancellor Sir, Senior Dignitary friends, I once again welcome you all to our inaugural edition of webinar series at JNU on behalf of Alumni Association of JNU. Many of you may not be aware that both our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister General VK Singh ji, and keynote speaker Sri Upendra Tripathi ji are our JNU alumni. In fact, Tripathi ji has been my predecessor as well, and we still draw lots of inspiration from him. Given the COVID-19 lockdown, online has become the default mode of interaction. Hence, we all are here, though by means of virtual reality technique. It gives us immense pleasure to see a battery of glittery drawn from all walks of life, bureaucracy, academics, policy, health, and several other gathered here to deliberate on the topic self-reliant India, aspirations and opportunities. So much so that there would be some takeaways for one of us present here today. We have purposely chosen this topic, self-reliant India, aspirations and opportunities, for our webinars is inaugural year, because I see COVID-19, though the century's worst nightmare, but a boon in disguise, as it would enable all of us to look inward, to focus on local things and Indian industry. Such is the need of our, as it would also aid the process of nation building and achieve the dream of our Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Before I conclude, I will take this opportunity to thank our patron, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar ji, who is also our Vice Chancellor, JNU Vice Chancellor, who was kind enough to be on our side as and when we have needed him or his guidance, without whom even this program wouldn't have been possible. Whatever ours is today, we owe a lot to him. Last but not the least, let me flag the most important issue. As the entire globe is reeling under the pandemic, our Alumni Association of JNU initiated a massive fundraising drive. We have roughly collected around 7 lakhs and still counting. The money collected would be transferred to PM Fund in order to aid and complement the efforts of frontline battle against COVID, leaving behind their families and even risking their lives to reach out to the vulnerable and affected sections of the society and mitigate their sufferings. We see COVID-19 as a once-in-a-lifetime crisis, but it also gives us, mankind, an opportunity to come forward, lend their strength to all-round relief efforts being undertaken to pay back, redeem, and rededicate ourselves for the cause of humanity. We believe these efforts by our Alumni Association would go a long way to make our alma mater, which already stands tall as a world-renowned center for being the only place for the intellectually restless, insatiably curious, and mentally rigorous students, and having consistently ranked among the top 3 universities as per the Government of India's National Institutional Ranking Framework in 2017. And our efforts will make it even taller and proud. May I call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar ji, who is our patron to deliver his inaugural address.
Welcome, Professor
Namaste.
Jagdish Kumar ji, the Vice Chancellor of our JNU. We all know him. He was a professor, or he's a professor at IIT Delhi. He's on Lian. I have been reading his blogs and how he disciplined his students. There are many anecdotes and stories about him, but perhaps time does not warrant so. So I would invite Professor, the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Professor Jagdish Kumar ji, to deliver his lecture. I'm unmuting everybody so that Professor.
पीछे ये नहीं बोला प्रीवियस मतलब प्रीवियस सेक्शन मतलब पीछे भी तुम पढ़ चुके हो उसमें
I hope you are able to hear me. Can you please raise your hand, Yukteswar ji, if you are able to hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Yes, sir, please, sir.
So
Sir.
I have deliberately switched off my video just to make sure that my audio is clear to all of you.
So you can switch on your video, sir, please, sir.
Right. General V.K. Singh, Tripathi ji, President AAJ, and other office bearers of AAJ, and my dear alumni who have joined from across India, perhaps even from outside India, in this important meeting. We have chosen a very, very important topic for today's discussion, self-reliant India. We have seen during this COVID-19 pandemic how important it is to be self-reliant. And Indians have shown that resilience and innovation in demonstrating that we can rise to the occasion and stand up against the challenges that we are facing during these difficult times, be it manufacturing the ventilators or the personal protective equipment or even making masks. We have seen how even industries which are totally unconnected with this kind of medical related technology have stood up and then are trying to meet the requirements of the country. So when we are talking about self-reliance, we know our alumni have been doing a significant work in different areas, whether it is, for example, General V.K. Singh, who comes from the defense background, or Tripathi ji, who is working on Solar Alliance, or we have our alumni working in the universities and the research organizations contributing for sustainable development of our country. But however, when we talk about self-reliance of our country, it is my firm belief that the key lies in our educational institutes such as JNU, where we carry out basic research. And it is in these institutes that we need to make sure that our students are well trained to face the challenges that our societies are undergoing today. So that requires taking the basic research to the applied research and then to the product level and take it to the society. So there is a whole cycle of innovation, research, education, which is part of our university system. But however, we have a long way to go to strengthen this ecosystem in the universities. Unless we strengthen our university system, it will not be really possible for us to make India a completely a self-reliant country in future. And this is where the efforts that are being done in JNU are of certain importance to you. It is not often that I meet our alumni over a platform like this in large numbers. We of course meet annually or during some other lectures where we may have a dinner and talk to each other, inquire about each other's welfare, and then leave. I think we need to go beyond that now as alumni of JNU. We need to look at where JNU will go in next 10 years, in next 20 years. Are we doing enough to make sure that JNU faces the competition that is coming from other better universities, not only in India, but across the world? And this, therefore, is important for us to look at some of the things that we have done at JNU during last few years. You may be aware that JNU is well known for its social sciences, humanities, and also basic science research. Many of our professors and students, they have received not only national, but international recognitions for the work that they have done. But somewhere we remained confined to only basic research. Now, during the last few years, we made sure that we have established a School of Engineering to convert this basic research into applied research. And then we have also established the Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, where we encourage innovation and entrepreneurship. Recently, we have also formed a Section 8 company in JNU, and we have also received from Niti Aayog 10 crore funding for establishing Niti Atal Innovation Center at JNU. We have applied for about 450 crores loan from HIFA. It is our dream that in next couple of years on JNU campus, we will have at least 100 startup companies established by our students and our professors. Now, why are we doing all this? You know, not only just because of the COVID-19 situation, the universities have to, at some time or the other in future, have to become self-reliant. It is not practical for the universities to solely depend on the funding that it receives from the government. So how do we raise these internal resources in the university? Now, the tuition fees that we charge in the university, they are very, very nominal. It's only about 300 rupees per year. We have no plans to raise the tuition fee. Then what are the other ways in which we can raise the internal resources? Just as I said, if we establish our own companies in the university, that is one source of income. But then what about getting corporate social responsibility, CSR funding? What about getting contributions from our own alumni? So with that intention, last year we have formed JNU Alumni Endowment Fund. All the alumni are welcome to contribute to this endowment fund. Our goal is in next 1 year, we want to raise about 100 crores of fund. If we have a corpus fund of this nature, it has several advantages. Now, we have close to about 80,000 JNU alumni. Even if each alumni contributes only about 5,000 rupees in a year, that will be a huge amount for the university. It comes out to be about 40 crores or so. And if you can contribute for next 5 to 10 years, that will go to about 500 crores in about 10 years. In 10 years, raising a corpus fund of 500 crores is actually not a very big amount, because I know I come from IIT background. I know many of our students in IIT system, they are entrepreneurs and they just walk in and give 20 crores, 30 crores. But in JNU, most of the time during last 50 years, we have focused on science and social sciences. Therefore, most of our alumni are excelling in areas which are other than entrepreneurship or building industries. Now, JNU will be doing that in next 5 to 10 years when our engineering and management graduates pass out from this university. But we cannot just wait. Can we use your good offices? Can we use your goodwill to motivate a large number of alumni to contribute to this JNU Alumni Endowment Fund and make sure that we have a large corpus fund in the university? Now, why do we need this corpus fund? Please remember that our university gets students from across the country and they come from ordinary families and they need financial support. And if you want to do state-of-the-art research, if you want to stand among the top 100 universities, you can't be doing some repetitive research. You need to do outstanding research. And that is possible only when we build good research infrastructure. And that can be created only if you have enough funding. And if you want to see JNU as one of the top 100 universities, that is possible only if we become self-reliant. We know the kind of quality of students that we get in the university is outstanding, for the simple reason that our JNU entrance exam is very, very reliable exam. And as you know, recently we have also shifted to the computer-based exam. And this exam is completely now conducted by National Testing Agency. So we have no doubt about the quality of the students who come into the university. And if you look at the quality of our faculty, there are outstanding faculty who are there. Then what is missing? What is missing is our ability to create and augment the existing research capabilities. And that is possible only if we become self-reliant. While we are talking about making India self-reliant, which is very, very important, please keep in your mind that the basic building blocks of the top level reliance for self-reliance for India comes only when we strengthen our foundations. And JNU is one such foundation. And I hope that as alumni, you will rise to the occasion, you will stand behind JNU and support it to the fullest extent that is possible. I'm very, very glad that you have thought of conducting this online meeting to bring together our alumni and exchange ideas. And I look forward to listening to many of you who are going to speak. And I hope that at the end of this meeting, we will think more and more about your own alma mater and think about how to make it self-reliant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really nice that you found some time and came and delivered a fantastic, inspirational speech on our Alumni Association platform. I can speak a lot because I read your blog, sir, and I know and learn from your pedagogies. But now it is the time to invite our most respectful chief guest, General V.K. Singh, Sri General Vijay Kumar Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Does he really need an introduction? I think really not. He was born even before JNU was established. During his military career, he served as the 23rd Chief of the Army Staff, decorated with several honors and awards. General Singh is the roaring Singh, the roaring lion of India, who was the general and supreme commander during Kargil War. And he was also a veteran and participated during 1971 India-Pakistan war. He's the real Babbar Sher, who defeated Babbars in 2014 general election. So now we are very proud to invite General V.K. Singh ji to deliver his lecture, the chief guest, Sri Singh ji, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
The Vice Chancellor of JNU, the President of AAJ, and all the office bearers of AAJ, as well as all who are attending, a very good evening to you. It's a pleasure to be amongst you. It's always been a pleasure to attend the various functions at JNU. There's a very large number of army officers who are alumni of JNU, and that makes us very proud that whenever we visit JNU. A couple of things which are very important, and firstly, let me congratulate you all for having chosen a theme for discussion today, which by itself is one of the most important things that India has had for a very long time, but has not probably received the type of attention it is receiving now. Self-reliant India. Self-reliance was the buzzword when we became independent. A lot of work was done, but somewhere down the line, the type of innovativeness that Indians are known for, it probably went abroad and did not stay on in India. I think a time has come for all of us to get together, for all of us to put our heart and soul into it to see that we can make India self-reliant. It is not just that the COVID has brought this situation. I think it was something which was looming on the horizon before we realized it. No country is considered strong. No country is considered powerful. No country is considered significant if it does not rely on its own resources. Because if you rely on others, in the times of difficulty, they can always twist your tail. And that is something which is not required. Unfortunately, what I found is that over a period of time, somehow we started looking at solutions which were cheaper. We started looking at things which gave us a quick fix solution to a particular problem. I think as all the alumni here will reconsider it and think back, something which should require inventiveness, something which requires innovativeness, something which is already in the blood of most of the Indians to work hard and produce results is what we need today. the foremost if we have to become self-reliant. JNU has a great role to play, and the Vice Chancellor alluded to it very succinctly about as to what JNU can do. My feeling is no university is known because it has a beautiful campus or it has many people who come and study there, but university is known when it has academic excellence. A university is known when this academic excellence produces applied research. A university is known when its name becomes even shinier when the alumni and the people who are in the university come up with things which make a mark to the lives of people, to the life of a country, to the progress of a nation, and to the life of general people in the world. That's something which a university must have if it has to go up. Unfortunately, I do find last couple of years, JNU has been known more for other things than the type of innovativeness and the academic excellence that it had. I think we all need to respect. I think we need to get together, motivate others that time has come for India to make its mark. Time has come for India to ensure that it is in the forefront. We are moving forward, and I think the self-reliant mode is what is going to get us there. If today you do not have engines for your aircraft, where are we going to go? If we cannot make things for which we have to import, where are we going to go? I think we need to get out of this bad cycle or catch-22 situation that we have got in. It will take hard work, but I can very proudly say to all the alumni that you have it within you to produce the type of result that the nation is looking for. With this, let me wish you the very best. I'm quite sure this particular webinar of course is going to make a mark for many more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You rightly said that India needs to become self-reliant. India has been helping to many countries in this dire situation when the biggest nation, the biggest power, economic power on the earth has looked to India for pharmaceuticals and for medicines. And we know that we can produce much more. And obviously this is not the time, but I am very, very happy that people like you, sir, and other people are in the corridors of powers who can guide us to make India self-reliant and to be a force in the coming years. 21st century is destined to be the century of Asia, century of India. And by the middle of this century, we will, or even much before that, perhaps with the leaders, with the visions which you and the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Vice Chancellor and academicians and politics we all have, I'm sure that India will become much more self-reliant, and we will give what Buddha and what Gurudev Tagore wanted to give to the world. So in that spirit, in that sense, I thank you very much, sir, for taking your busy time and coming to our platform, sir. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is none other than Professor R.P. Singh, who is the rector of JNU, who teaches at the School of Life Sciences. I think he also studied for some time, so he's our JNU alumnus. His specialization is on cancer biology. Professor Singh has postdoctoral research experiences in the United States of America. He has been also an academic in Gujarat. So now we welcome Professor Singh on our platform.
Thank you, sir. So, Honorable Union Minister of State, General V.K. Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, our JNU alumni members and office bearers and all other participants. A very good evening to all of you. I congratulate AAJ and its office bearer for organizing such an important live webinar today on Self-Reliant India. And we have already heard two renowned people on how we should move on different directions so that the goal which we are looking at, we should reach to that. The opportunity which this deadly COVID-19 brings is to get the journey of self-reliance by becoming the self-reliant where we lack. This is a similar journey that we took just after the independence. If you look at 70 plus years back, sometimes when we realize now, then in the discussion, you will find that during last 70 years, if this decision could have taken like this, we would have been at this stage currently. So now the situation what we have before us is, we are going to refer the coming eras like pre-COVID eras and post-COVID era. And once we look at this, then we have to be ready for the change. Are we getting ready for the change? That is a big question. And if we miss this opportunity, there is assessment that will go 100 years back. But if you become self-reliant overall in many sectors, including social and economic spaces, by creating job opportunities in manufacturing, services, and other sectors, then we will be the Vishwa Guru in real sense and the preserver of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for our global presence. That is our target. And we have an enriched history of 5,000 years of a great civilization and the knowledge. So the history is going to be created, and this is courtesy to this unwanted virus. If you look at our population, 60% population is young and they have a lot of aspirations. So what we are providing to them, that is a big challenge to us. This virus, it is going to be for a few months more, but thereafter, we need to have our plans in terms of short term, medium terms, and long terms, so that the goals can be realized in that terms. The first question anyone will be asking that, could we see that this COVID-19 tsunami coming? This was not a regular virus outbreak. The scale and reach and the potential damage it could do to the human health and economy, it was something beyond our imagination. However, the governments across the globe, they had opportunity to gauge it and proactively engage to avoid situation and do things to save the countries. If you look at our healthcare, what we are doing, we have proactively followed all the guidelines, whatever we are getting from WHO. We have already made many testing facilities and also containment of the community transmission. It was stopped by several measures which was taken by the government. And there was also the use of hydroxychloroquine, which is being given to our health worker as a prophylactic medicine. And I just heard that the demand of this hydroxychloroquine, it was from all over the world, and how generously our country supported to all of them. If you look at the contribution of the ICMR has tested almost 76 real-time PCR kits which are used for the detection. And you will be surprised to know out of that, the 14 kits which were successful, they were made indigenously out of 32. So we have potential and we can move towards self-sufficiency in this testing. If we look at the operational labs, currently we have 607 laboratories which are doing testing. Out of that, 427 are from government and 180 are from private. You may be surprised to know that when the COVID started, at that time we had only 106 laboratories which had potential to do the testing, and those were only funded by the ICMR. But now, the time which we got, we have enough capability to do the testing. In terms of the potential, you may be knowing about National Institute of Virology, which is there in the Pune. That is the nodal testing lab for the COVID, but it is overburdened. So in years to come, or the time to come, I think we need more and more of such kind of laboratories looking at the demography of our country. If you look at the pharma industry, we are generating and producing enough amount of generic medicine, but we are lagging behind in terms of production of the new drugs, which may be more expensive, and production of those drugs, it may require more infrastructure and more innovative thinking and the knowledge which was just discussed in previous two lectures. If you take the example of US, whatever medicine we are exporting to US, it has 30% volume, but when you talk about the value, only it comes to the 10%. So why this gap is there? We need to think about this. This suggests that pharma R&D requires much more support, and strengthening is must to go towards the renovation. And unless there is a huge investment in the pharma R&D, it is very difficult to get a self-reliant pharma where we will be able to produce new drugs. So our goal should be that our healthcare and pharma should be in such a way that prevention, diagnosis, treatment, prognosis, as well as prediction, all these purposes should be served, and we should be self-reliant on these parameters for any disease which is currently in our country or any endemic or pandemic which we are going to face in the future. In terms of infrastructure, education, our Vice Chancellor already told how important it is and what changes are required. I think, in my opinion, the technical education, it is the way how it is going to be forward and how the technology is being used for delivering the education. That is also going to be the key. In the education, if we can have some kind of a structure where at least few years of the students, they should be committed for the country, or they should be dedicated for the nation. That will be very important to utilize their training and the potential, whatever they have received. It should not be focused only on the financial well-being, but it should also be focused on the mental well-being. The social science and natural science, if you talk about, it has to be collaborative. Both are inseparable, and now the science should be social. I'll again emphasize that science should be social. Scientists should not see that they are different and they are doing very different work what the social scientists are doing. So there is a very important need that collaboration should be there to deal with various challenges what we are going to face. And also, if you look at the education, our system is mostly modeled on the basis of European and American system. But there are also reports that almost 30-40% Europeans and Americans, they live on chemicals to keep themselves normal. So we should not go for those kind of educational systems where we are not able to educate our students in a way what we are looking for. So the skill-based education is going to be an area which everyone is looking at, and the skill is defined as working with the skill, but in constraints as well as in the compliance. So that is going to be the challenge. In other areas also, we need to focus having various infrastructure, whether it is road, rail, air, building, and others. So how we can strengthen our schools, university, hospitals, warehouses, cold storage, transportation system, communication network, sewage plant, water, electricity, and there are so many areas where the development and thinking and innovations are required once we are looking for the self-reliant India. So there is no lack of opportunity. It is only our commitment and the compassion how we are going to work for. Industry and environment, again, it is an important area. Our development parameters should be in such a way that it should not impact the environment negatively. We are talking about development and self-reliance. I see the number of people what we have in our country, the population, is a big hurdle for that. On one hand, if you look at the people to whom we are going to generate all this infrastructure, it is going to be a limitation in each and every respect, because people are looking for the lifestyle which is very much defined as a living standard. But there is a difference between lifestyle and a living standard. People are mostly going after materialistic world, and if we try to provide all the facilities and the living standard what the people are having in United States, the calculation is that we need at least 6 same size of Earth on the planet on which we are living. So this is a limitation before us. So looking at this, I think our lifestyle, it should also change. And focus should be more on the quality of life, not on the living standard. So the happiness quotient as well as satisfaction quotient, this should also figure in the evaluation. And once we focus on this, I think we'll have a more progressive ideas and development in our limited resources, what we have in our country. Finally, I'd like to conclude with the limitation, as I said, our resources. We all hear about the reduce, reuse, recycle, refine, and redistribute. I'll just pinpoint on the redistribution that when we're talking about growth and development, it should be redistributed all over the country. It should not be focused on only some areas. Otherwise, unless we have the balance in those areas, again, we are going to see those problems which are going to be generated in a concentrated manner. So we have to focus on how to avoid those things which are going to harm and also affect our healthy lifestyle and our health. So our mantra should be to have a good health, and our aging should be a healthy aging and a disease-free life. So our life, unless it is independent of medicine, it is not going to have a proper healthy life. So I think we should focus on this also. With this, I'll stop here. Thank you, Jan.
Jai Hind, sir. Thank you so very much. You are very right in pointing out that there should be not a concentration of resources at just one place. There should be pan-India movement of resources, labors, and everything. It was very, very delightful. We were all delighted, really, to hear from you, Director, sir, Professor Singh. Now, our next speaker is Sri Ramanan Ramanathan. He is the Additional Secretary as well as Mission Director for Atal Bihari Vajpayee or Atal Innovation Mission at Niti Aayog, Government of India. Sri Ramanathan ji graduated from IIT, prestigious IIT Mumbai. And as I said, that he is currently the Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, or AIM. What a brilliant name, AIM. The aim is to be the self-reliant, to be the pivotal country in the world. And he is also doing lots of flagships and innovative programs in the country. His key responsibility is to establish and promote a vibrant, which India is always proud of, having a very vibrant culture of innovation. And he is leading that across the length and breadth of the whole country. He has a glorious past as well. He was managing director and CEO of CMC Limited, a TCS subsidiary. We all know TCS, which is such a big giant in software and many other sector. So here we welcome Sri Ramanathan ji, please. So welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, based upon where you are across the world. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege for me to join this particular webinar hosted by JNU and accessing the entire community of alumni, not only from within India, but from everywhere else, wherever you are. I also hope all of you are safe and healthy and hearty under these very trying circumstances, and that every one of you is also practicing the necessary safeguards that need to be practiced during these difficult times. As the previous speakers have so beautifully spoken on the topic of self-reliance. Self-reliance is everything about ensuring that India, Make in India, is going to enable us to prosper, to grow, not only from an economic point of view, but also from a societal point of view. But after all, we are a country of 1.3 billion people. We have more than 10,000 universities and colleges. We have 39,000 colleges. We have 10,000 universities. We have 1.4 million schools in our country. We have over 150 million students who are going to be entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years. We have what they call as a demographic dividend, where over 65% of our country is under 35 years old. And therefore, this is the envy of many a country across the world. Everybody really envies India that we have this demographic dividend. And that is one of the very strong pillars that the Honorable Prime Minister also referred to in his 5 pillars for ensuring self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat. How do we leverage the demographic dividend so that our young, youthful energy is harnessed for the benefits of our nation, for the benefits of the community, for the benefits of the society? We are also a country which has been one of the fastest growing economies of the world. But as the Honorable Vice Chancellor had mentioned a little earlier, we do need to create a vibrant culture of innovation and an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in India, because without that, the best of the country, the creme de la creme, go to places where they are able to realize their potential. And that is how many Indians who go abroad, whether it is to the United States or UK or anywhere else, thrive and blossom because they are able to realize their full potential in an ecosystem that enables them access to the latest of technologies and the latest of capabilities in starting their own companies. And therefore, it is no surprise that we have a Sundar Pichai heading Google, Satya Nadella heading Microsoft, Shantanu Narayan heading Adobe, and we have many of our Indians, including JNU alumni, who are leading in various universities, engineers, doctors, scientists, philosophers, artists, you name it, they all do extraordinarily well there when you have a vibrant ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship. So we do need to provide the same ecosystem here so that we will have thousands of Satya Nadellas and Sundar Pichai's bloom. We will have 1,000 Abdul Kalams bloom from remote towns of our country. From a humble town, from a small little town of Rameshwaram, came one of the finest scientists the world has ever seen. We have had people like Ramanujam come from Kumbakonam. So the issue is, we do have 1.4 million schools in our country. And we have all these young students spread over 733 districts, and we have more than 600,000 villages in our country. How do we ensure that a country which has still 22% below the poverty line, how do we ensure that a country which is 44% agri-economy based, and how do we ensure that we have 733 districts, out of which 115 are aspirational districts in our country? How do we carry them forward in order to build a self-reliant India? And the COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated in a very stark manner the need for self-reliance, the need for us to be able to uniformly develop our country across the length and breadth of our country, the need for the society to address challenges that a massive disruption in supply chain can cause. We do not want to be at the mercy of importing vital equipment or vital machinery or vital electronics that is needed for sustainability of our future. So we do need, and we have an opportunity, because the second pillar that the Honorable Prime Minister remarked is the pillar of demand. We are very fortunate that not only we have a country which is having a demographic dividend, which can provide a supply of intellectual capability and manufacturing capability to the country, but we also have the demand situation where we need to fulfill the demand of more than 1.3 billion people. And these are demands on education, there is a demands on healthcare access, there is a demand on affordable housing, there is a demand for clean drinking water and sanitation, there is a demand for waste management, and there is a demand for agriculture and agri products to be created. There is a demand for 70% of our industry, which is an MSME based industry, where more than 70% of our workers are both in the formal and informal category are in the MSME sector. There is a demand for them to be creating solutions in order to fulfill the demand of the consumers who are the billion people in our country. So therefore, now the fourth pillar that he has talked about in order to build a self-reliant India is leveraging technology. We are living in a technologically complex world, but a technologically advanced world where technology is reshaping and changing everything that we see. We are able to reimagine a new world leveraging technology, both digital technology and the emerging technologies like 3D printers, robotics, IoT devices, miniaturized electronics, augmented virtual reality, artificial intelligence, blockchain, nanotechnologies, and so on. And these technologies have become available, affordable, accessible, and advanced. And that is available to us to be able to bring this huge change of innovation and entrepreneurship in our country. And therefore, the fifth pillar, which he talked about, and which is economy. How do we fast track the growth of the economy of the country? And the growth of economy of this country can only happen through the uniform growth of our country across all the cities. We have 8 tier 1 cities, but we have identified 100 plus smart cities which need to be addressed. These 100 smart cities should become the hubs of innovation, should become the hubs of job creation, should become the hubs where people don't have to migrate into 8 tier 1 cities, but they have the opportunity to leverage these 100 plus or 200 plus smart cities for the development of a self-reliant India. So what we need, therefore, is to be able to create an ecosystem and promote two things. One, how do we create an innovative mindset in our people? Second, how do we ensure that we create an entrepreneurial ecosystem that allows this innovative mindset to express itself through startups, through MSME enterprises, and through the expression of their potential into creating large companies. And that is why the Atal Innovation Mission has been set up to drive innovation and entrepreneurship from a school level, not starting just from the universities or from the industry. We start at a school level. A very holistic approach has been taken by the government of India under the auspices of the Niti Aayog to create an ecosystem starting from school, extending to universities, going into the industry, going into every state and district, and going into even the NGOs which are operating in our country. And so how we are doing it is through 5 major initiatives that have been currently launched. At a school level, we have launched what are known as thousands of Atal Tinkering Labs. These are dedicated innovation workspaces in schools where the latest of technologies like 3D printers, robotics, IoT, miniaturized electronics, and augmented virtual reality, do-it-yourself kits are being made available to every student so that they can learn and tinker with these technologies at a school level between grade 6 to grade 12 and start creating innovations for problems they see in and around the community. Now, in the process, we not only expose our young children and transform them from a rote learning mindset, which all of us have been used to and with which we have grown up so far, to convert that rote learning mindset into a problem-solving, innovative mindset and an innovative culture that permeates through every school student. And when they come into universities, we are giving them the opportunities of creating startups through setting up world-class incubators. Now, we have already launched, we have selected 14,000 schools across the country for setting up adult tinkering labs. 5,000 of them are fully operational today with more than 2.5 million students exposed to all these latest technologies. We run tinkering challenges, tinkering marathons, and tinkering fests. And it would be amazing to see in the last marathon that we ran, more than 50,000 young students participated, more than 8,000 actual innovations using 3D printing, IoT, and so on were created. And the top 200 innovations are being recognized. And these students are getting an opportunity to do student entrepreneurship programs with universities, with the incubators that we have, and with corporate partners who have enlisted their support. Now, at the college level, at the university level, and at the institution level, we are setting up hundreds of incubators. These are called Atal incubators. And I'm very proud to mention that JNU has also got selected for an Atal incubator implementation, and they will be launching their incubator as soon as the lockdown ends. Now, these incubators, every incubator will foster 25 to 30 startups in areas of focus related to what is needed in our country. So there would be agri-tech incubators, or there would be biotech incubators, healthcare incubators, or they could be incubators related to e-commerce or even to the fishing industry if they are located in a fishing coastal district and so on. We have launched 100 incubators. We expect 5,000 startups to come up within the next 4 years in diverse areas, and all of them are targeted to become world-class startups because of the support that the government is giving. We give up to 10 crores of grant to each of these incubators for them to be able to foster the startups and even provide angel funding and seed funding so that these startups have an environment where they can be supported during the various valleys of death, as they call. Now, the third initiative that we have done is we have launched what are known as Atal New India Challenges. And these New India Challenges are along with ministries in the government, so that these challenges are to create products and create solutions which are needed in our country, either from an economic point of view or from a societal benefit point of view. So we have launched 24 challenges with the Ministries of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Road and Transportation, and so on. The fourth initiative that we have done is we are launching what are known as Atal Community Innovation Centers. And this is to serve the unserved, underserved regions of our country. We cannot just restrict the growth of innovation and the benefits of innovation to tier 1 metro cities. We have to see, if we want to become a really vibrant, self-reliant India, we have to see that the benefits of innovation extend to every nook and corner of our country. And therefore, we are setting up these Atal Community Innovation Centers in the remote districts, in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, so that they become the hubs of innovation to spread the effects of innovation to all the other communities in and around where they are located. And finally, we are launching what is known as ARISE, Applied Research and Innovation for Small Enterprises. And this is targeted towards the MSME industry, so that the MSME industry is going to benefit because of stimulation of innovation. This is along the lines of the US SBIR program, the Small Business Innovation and Research Program in the United States, modeled for India, where we have 2 phases. Phase 1 is from idea to prototype, and phase 2 is from prototype to product. Now, to support all of this, we have enlisted tremendous public-private sector partnerships. So we have more than 50 to 70 corporates who are now helping India, helping Atal Innovation Mission in Atal Tinkering Lab by adopting them, by co-investing in them, and by leveraging their CSR funds for the innovation initiatives that are there in the country. As the Vice Chancellor said, most of the alumni who are outside and the diaspora who are outside have an opportunity to become part of this mentoring network that we are setting up. We have launched a national network called Mentors of India, Mentors of Change. More than 10,000 people have registered on this Mentor India network. And these mentors are voluntary mentors who are associated with the tinkering labs, the startups, the incubators, so that they can mentor them and give the benefits of their experience, their knowledge, their capability for the benefit of the innovator. All of this is going towards making a self-reliant India. In order to make a self-reliant India, we have to be able to reduce our imports, increase our exports, leveraging technology and leveraging the knowledge capital, the intellectual capital that this country has, and which many other countries don't have. And therefore, there is a unique opportunity for all of us to collectively see that the Naya Bharat, or the new India that is in the making post this COVID-19 crisis, gives us a special impetus, because at this point in time, it is a level playing world. All the countries are struggling at this point in time as to how do we deal in a post-COVID world where the lockdown can be extended indefinitely, and we have so many challenges for supply chain as well as for self-reliance. But India has all the ingredients which go towards making self-reliance a real possibility. And that will give the opportunity for India from applying the local ingenuity for global impact. And therefore, my hope and my urge is to all the people who are on this call, become part of the innovation bandwagon in this country. Because without innovation and without entrepreneurship, all the 5 pillars need that. And without that, it will not succeed. And India has a great opportunity to become a land of job creators, a nation of innovators. We can become one of the most innovative nations of the world. And that is what we have all set out to be. And that will bring benefits not only from an economic point of view, but also addressing all the social issues that we have. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity for participating in this webinar.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really nice to get impression about India from your prism of vision. It was wonderful speech, and we thank you for taking your time away from your busy schedule and giving your time for our AAJ JNU. Now, the next speaker is a doctor turned IS officer, Dr. Mrinalini Darswal, whose Twitter page says that she is first a mother and then an IAS officer. I was so glad to see that kind of a statement from her Twitter handle. She is not only an IAS, but also pursuing higher studies at none other than the Harvard University. And she has a postgraduate degree in economics from Austin, an Orissa Cattle IS officer of 2002 batch. She's currently doing Harvard Doctor of Public Health, a very high-level leadership study program, which basically is considered the highest degree in public health in the world, and is aimed at making a difference in public health and healthcare. And because of the current situation which we all are facing in this deadly, noxious virus, COVID-19, then her works assumes much more significance. So here we now invite Dr. Darswal ji, please. Dr. Mrinalini Darswal, floor is yours, madam.
Thank you, and a very good evening to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished speakers, and my dear viewers. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be on this platform and share my views on the topic, Self-Reliant India, Aspirations and Opportunities. I have been listening intently to speakers before me who very deftly covered most of the relevant points. I can certainly not hope to match them in experience, stature, or exposition, but will try hard to make some sense. The war with COVID-19 is essentially being fought at two fronts, medical and economic, besides, of course, being fought in the minds of the people. I should briefly touch on the medical aspect before moving on to the economic, where I would discuss how may we gain from this unprecedented crisis affronting the humankind currently. The current most common refrain that the lockdown was hurried and the government should have given due notice before announcing it is sheerly disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. What do you do when your house catches fire? You run out immediately, not sparing a single thought on saving your property. Saving your family and your life is the foremost and only priority, and rightly so. Similar is the case when a plane crash lands. In the first case, you save a few lives. In the latter, a few hundred. So what do you do when billions of lives face a catastrophic risk? Do you mount a stakeout? Do you wait and watch? Do you send notices and allow people to rush out in panic and move in hordes? The answer is an inarguable no. Lockdown was India was timely, by India was timely. Lockdown was inevitable, and lockdown was the only sane option available, as this decision by our Honorable Prime Minister saved lakhs of Indian lives. Look at the United States of America. They deterred and they lost people in hordes, compelling them to store dead bodies in refrigerated trucks till arrangements for mass burials were made. Did our medical system hope to perform better if we had allowed it to be overwhelmed? Certainly not. We needed to buy adequate time to fortify our health services. We needed to be better prepared, and we did that. Lockdown was not going to be easy, and it was reflected in the appeal of the Honorable Prime Minister apologizing for inconvenience and asking all of India to be ready to make sacrifices for benefit of all during his speech. Now on the disease we are fighting. I find it rather fascinating that we are resorting to methods of pandemic control first pressed in use during the plague of 1350s, also known as the Black Death. At that time, we did quarantine, we did social distancing, contact tracing, and isolation. This is going to be the only prevention available to a highly advanced us too, till science finds a therapeutic cure or a vaccine for COVID-19. The virus is going to stay like HIV endemically, or shall come in waves like Spanish flu of 2018, or our not so friendly annual visitor flu. Efforts to get a vaccine are moving at an unprecedented scale, and there are many candidates under trial. In this regard, NIH-led ACTIV public-private partnership is worth mentioning. Here, many governments and firms are working together across the globe without competition to get a vaccine at the earliest. Oxford vaccine is likely to hit markets in October, but we may still expect that full availability will still be after this year is over. On the medicine front, two drugs have passed the clinical trials, remdesivir, an antiviral, and tocilizumab, an anti-inflammatory drug. The former is proven to prevent progression of disease to serious stage if administered early in the course of the disease. The latter prevents deaths in critical patients by modulating fatal inflammatory responses. The management of symptomatic COVID-19 is still largely supportive, and the major toll is among elderly and those having comorbidities. Death rate in India is much lower than other countries, and we still have to find out reasons for this very lucky fact. So we cannot let up our vigil and precautionary approach till we succeed in getting a vaccine or cure. A lot of success depends on discipline showed by citizens, which unfortunately has been missing so far, putting a lot of lives, especially of elderly, at grave risk. Now I come to the economic front. The pandemic has set every economy on the globe back by many years, and we are looking at a very long recessionary period. The growth forecasts for all nations for 2020 are negative, and so is for almost all sectors, barring a few, chiefly information technology and pharmaceuticals. And there is exactly where India has tremendous advantage over the rest of the world. The revenues of Indian pharma in 2019 were $40 billion, half of which came from exports. India produces half of vaccines of the world. 40% of all generic medicines in the USA and a quarter of all medicines of Britain are produced in India. Even during the current pandemic, globally, shares of pharma companies are up while the rest of the market goes down. Same is the case with technology companies, Netflix, Facebook, education and learning platforms, video conferencing, food deliveries, and other IT platforms have shown tremendous growth during the crisis. And India is a leader in all IT services, IT talent, and BPO services. That advantage aside, India is likely to gain majorly due to trade diversion from China. China's allure as an investment destination was already on wane due to its geopolitical hegemonic efforts. COVID-19 has eroded whatever reliability it had left, and its threats to cut essential supply lines has not helped its cause. We have been presciently preparing for this scenario for a while now. All credit to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Atmanirbhar Bharat is a continuation of the earlier efforts and reforms like Make in India, Invest India, Skill India, Nation as a single market, consolidated through GST, financial market reforms, ease of doing business. These terms are very familiar to us by now. Name a sector: farm, labor, credit, finance, logistics, highways, ports, power. Well thought of reforms were underway in all of these and more. So our current effort is not ad hoc, our current effort is not temporary, but it shall have long-lasting beneficial effects on the country. The economic package is seamlessly woven with the existing reforms and shall see us through the crisis much better than many other countries. The Self-Reliant India initiative shall be a force multiplier in our efforts to replace China as the manufacturing hub of the world, as well as the services hub of the world, and become self-reliant in the process. Well, what does the self-reliance mean? And what does it entail in today's context and global economic scenario? Self-reliance means that we de-link and localize our strategic manufacturers and supply lines away from a treacherous and hostile trade partner like China. We can rely on trade linkages with economies with similar liberal democratic ethos like America, Canada, Southeast Asia, and the like. Non-strategic trade has to be diversified and multiple supply lines maintained to hedge risks like the one we face today. It also means creating favorable investment ecosystems for multinational companies and offshoring firms looking to home outside China. It also means offering a bouquet of quality goods and services at cheap prices to an aspirational India. It means creating suitable environment for local industries, imparting them skills, establishing easy lines of credit to give them confidence to be competitive inside the country and also in the global arena. Cheap labor and ease of doing business are not the only criteria which attract foreign investments. They are looking for markets as well. Here, India enjoys tremendous advantage over a Bangladesh, over a Vietnam, over a Malaysia, Taiwan, Singapore, the other destinations being considered as an alternative to China. Some of them do better in export infrastructure, logistics, ease of doing business than us. And we need to work on these if we want to harness the power and size of market that we offer to investors. We do this while protecting interests of Indian consumers. And we are on definitive road to emerge as primary investment destination of the world in the post-COVID world. Now briefly on the economic package and how does it help us to cope with the extant crisis and enables us to become self-reliant before I wrap up. Currently, world is facing a crisis of demand. People have restricted mobility, businesses are closed, and there are no takers for discretionary goods and services, except the essential commodities and medical services. Fortunately, supply lines are still maintained, largely due to open shipping routes. The major disruption is seen in supply of perishable goods, which relied on air freight for quick transportation. In India too, vegetables and fruits have not been able to reach markets. Consequently, as we open up, these commodities shall be in short supply and thus their prices shall be higher. Now, if we inject a large amount of cash immediately in the economy, that shall further cause inflationary pressures, a scenario which shall be likely detrimental to psyche of people emerging from the biggest crisis of their lives. So the government is correct in being cautious about sudden splurge of cash. Very intelligently, sufficient cash is placed in the hands of consumers at all levels. To poor in their Jan Dhan accounts, to farmers through front loading of PM Kisan Yojana, to middle class through moratorium on EMIs, to small businesses through EPF contributions, to labor class through workers' welfare cess, and to old and destitute through pensions. Food security is being ensured through provision of free ration. States are enabled to help people more by raising their borrowing limits. As the economy opens up, easy credit to revamp MSMEs underwritten by government shall be available, enabling them to reboot and regenerate employment. RBI has made very generous provisions to fortify credit lines of banks. Special liquidity scheme for street vendors and additional funds to Manrega deserves special mention. There is a profusion of other wise decisions in this package. My favorite among them is freeing the farmers from APMCs. Trust me, as a field officer, I can anticipate the freedom and benefits this single reform is going to bring to farmers all over the country. This shall usher a lot of growth in farm sector and create incentives for diversification with guarantee of purchase. Combined with robust agriculture insurance, it will give an unprecedented fillip to our agriculture sector. I believe this is certainly not the final financial redress of COVID-19 by government. We can expect more announcements as the future unfolds. Now, there are a few more areas which need a deeper look. One such area is future food security. 4 out of 5 people in the world are fed, at least partly, by food imports. UN estimates people suffering from acute hunger will double to 265 million this year. Many of them shall be in India. ADB provided $425 million in emergency trade cash to countries. A fifth was for food security deals. This is not likely to be maintained long term. We may have to rely on our own production for many months to come, if not many years. So additional boost to farm sector, not only to benefit farmers, but to maintain food security of entire country is very essential. Some form of helicopter income to farmers, like a Raitu Bandhu scheme of Telangana, or a similar new announced schemes of government of Madhya Pradesh, giving non-means tested, means these are not targeted, they are available to everybody. Giving non-means tested assured income to all farmers, depending on acreage they hold, is necessary. The returning migrants may need prolonged economic accommodation in their native villages. A study on migration in Nuapada when I was collector showed that most of migration from that area was push migration due to non-remunerative agriculture as the area was drought prone. And there was complete lack of other employment opportunities. Migrants surveyed by us said that they would not migrate even if they were assured just 40% of wages at their destination, which was already meager. It is likely that many of the jobs held by these people may not come back after pandemic is over, or the industries automate speedily in post-COVID period. And any which way in future, automation shall displace a large number of manual jobs. So keeping that in mind, rural employment generation and skilling of labor is very essential, along with serious look at some form of assured basic income to the poor. International Monetary Fund says social spending too generates demand that has the same effect as government spending on infrastructure. So by helping our poor, we shall be boosting economy as well. Finally, we cannot hope to be globally competitive unless we improve our human capital. We have to start by improving our education system and make it vocationally oriented like Germany and South Korea. I just heard from the speaker before me that Atal Innovation Mission is already on the job here, so congratulations. Again, like I said, our policies have been very far-sighted in this regard. In the end, I must say that we Indians have the fortitude, the gumption, the patience to overcome any crisis. We need to be disciplined and work closely with the government so that we come on the other side of this pandemic safe and stronger, and with the groundwork and motivation to become not only self-reliant, but also capable of leading the world in all areas. I have no doubts about that. Jai Hind, and thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, really. First of all, I once again apologize to the attendees over here. We had the capacity of 1,000 people, but in the end, I don't know. There's no time for me to ask the Zoom people why we are restricted to 100. We have done it earlier, and my sincere apologies on behalf of AAJ, with really folded hands, that we were unable to do this time for more than 100 people. You can understand it is not at all any deliberate attempt to restrict that. It is just the technology problem. I'm sure you all will understand this. So really, with folded hands, I request to really pardon us, to really believe that this was, because we believe that the more, the merrier, of course. But this time we were unable, we failed in accommodating more than 100 people. But we are happy to see that hundreds are watching us live through Facebook. So those or those who are here, they can tell and intimate their friends, their pals, that they can still watch the deliberations live through Facebook on Alumni Association of JNU web page. At the moment, there are 95 people, but if 3-4 people can still join, we can change the whole platform, but that will be a problem. So I'm not planning to do that really, unless I hear from you guys, from the president or from the AAJ Association. But till we do not have hundreds of people again, then I'm not changing platform, because our speakers have joined on this platform, and it will be difficult that we change the platform. So thank you very much for coping with us. These are all long learning curves, and we will take lesson from here. It was not at all a deliberate attempt. So once again, my apologies with really folded hands, and I'm thanking to all the speakers. Madam spoke brilliantly, and she spoke about why India has a leverage over South Asian or East Asian nations, why India could be a better place for attracting foreign investments rather than Bangladesh or Vietnam. So brilliantly elucidated and deliberated. Our next speaker is Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpayee. He is a joint secretary in the Ministry in the Government of India. One of the very few, I remember a couple of years ago, when the Government of India allowed direct entry from other platforms to join the ministries as joint secretaries. So Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpayee, he has expertise in Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change. And climate change and environment is such an important topic today. It's such an important realm today that we must hear from Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpayee ji about his perspective and having an internal knowledge from the corridors of power. So the floor is yours, sir, Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpayee ji.
Thank you so much, sir. At the outset, very warm greetings to all distinguished panelists and all the participants who are connected for this webinar, either through the Zoom or Facebook or YouTube. I sincerely want to congratulate, first of all, to the Alumni Association of JNU for organizing this webinar on the topic of the Self-Reliant India Aspirations and Opportunities. Given the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat, the topic of the webinar is, I think, it's very apt. And given the situation the whole world is going through, and given another fact that we had just about day before yesterday, we had International Day of Biodiversity on 22nd of May, and then we'll be having World Environment Day on 5th of June. So the timing of these discussions could not be more perfect. JNU is my alma mater, and where I have spent around 7 of my best years of my life. So it's definitely a matter of great satisfaction and pleasure for me to remain connected with JNU through whatever means possible. So my sincere thanks to Alumni Association of JNU giving me this opportunity. I'll be trying to talk about environmental perspective of the whole recovery process, which we are gearing up to take in post-COVID-19. It may be a mere coincidence that theme of this year's International Biodiversity was Our Solutions Are in Nature. And then again, theme of the World Environment Day, which is going to fall on 5th June, is biodiversity. And the whole of this year 2020 has been touted as super year for biodiversity. So I'm sure that when this whole thing must have been, under planning stage, this COVID-19 was nowhere. So that means it has all been building up for quite a while, which we, as supposedly the most powerful species of nature's creation, could not foresee. Allow me a few minutes to talk about importance of biodiversity, more so when we plan for recovery from this pandemic, so that you are able to appreciate what I want to talk. So when we talk about biodiversity, it's a common thing that we just talk about flora and fauna. It's not just flora and fauna which we see around us on daily basis. It's actually biodiversity of all types. be it genetic diversity, be it species diversity, be it ecosystem diversity, be it cultural diversity, so on and so forth. We humans are just a small, a very, very tiny mini part of it. As one of our Upanishad, which is called Ishavasya Upanishad, which says humans are just a small part of the biocentric world. Plants and animals are no less. So it's not just the foundation of life which we are talking about, but it is the ecosystem services that it sustains that are also very essential for human connection, well-being, and culture. So in other words, biodiversity, when you talk about biodiversity, it actually supports the very, very things that makes our lives beautiful. It allows us to grow the ingredients we need for our culturally important meals. The biodiversity at the same time allows us to have variety of dals in our food platter, variety of vegetables, variety of rices, variety of fruits and whatnot. And at the same time, it gives us space for our rituals, recreation, and reflection. Landscape biodiversity, if you see, it allows us to enjoy the beaches, mountains, deserts, etc. It inspires us to create art, music, and tell stories, which all of you during this lockdown had time to enjoy, which you had not been able to enjoy it for quite long. So in countless ways, it sustains the natural and cultural connections that ties us together. We hardly realize and recognize that all of us have been utilizing hundreds of products each day, which have their origin to biodiversity around us. Lives and livelihoods of millions of people are linked with this, this biodiversity in different sectors. We talk about forests, talk about fisheries, talk about agriculture, where there's so much of agro-biodiversity in India. We talk about tourism. We talk about pharmaceuticals, which just my previous speaker was talking about. So if you talk about our Indian society, it has been agriculture based for thousands of years. Even today, the agriculture sector provides livelihood to more than half of the population. So if you talk about in one line, is the richness of life and human survival. And our life is intimately tied up with the existence of this very biodiversity, and the current crisis where we are all in together is just a testimony to that. So let us spend a couple of minutes on the basic reason of this whole issue. Is it just virus? Everybody knows about it. Just one virus. Part of the same biodiversity, which got transmitted from bats and pangolins to humans and caught the supposedly most powerful creation of the nature, that is humans, unaware. We are completely caught unaware, and there is a broad consensus among the scientists across the world that zoonotic diseases like this one are closely linked with the loss of biodiversity and forest, and of course illegal wildlife trade. You can imagine the power of nature that even the so-called developed countries till now not any immediate solution to the problem. Some of the researchers have shown that fatality rate is higher in the areas where air pollution was high. Some researchers show that men are more vulnerable than women. Some say adults more than 65 years are children less than 12 years more vulnerable to this disease. There are so many other studies going on around the world to understand the cause, reason, and solutions, and as well as its impacts. But the sum and substance, if we talk about of the entire discussions, that we do not have immediate solution to this whole problem. The impact of this pandemic, which we are all in together, so huge and so complex that it will continue to be analyzed for years to come. But story does not get over there. As per available data, only 14% of the known human pathogens are viruses. These constitute 44% of it, pointing to the growing threat of viral diseases. And of the viruses that have emerged in over 4 decades, about 75% have a zoonotic origin. So you can simply understand that why these things are getting transmitted from the humans. Of course, we are encroaching onto their habitat. So although due to better medical care and drugs available to combat infections and vaccines, they have helped us in lowering the mortality rate. However, it has been reported that outbreaks of infectious disease worldwide have increased steadily since 1980s. So you can easily correlate our actions with the results, with the situation we are in. So, and that is why the old adage still holds true that prevention is better than cure. But what prevention of what? Prevention of reasons which cause this, prevention of reasons which have caused many such diseases in the past, and prevention of reasons which may cause many such diseases and pandemics in the future. And here comes the importance of biodiversity, because biodiversity was and it does remain the answer to a number of challenges facing humanity, in spite of all the technological advances and all the created. So the major takeaway from all of this is we have got to manage our ecology in better manner and help nature to help us. Forced lockdown has resulted in improved air quality, improved surface water quality, reclaiming of habitats by the wildlife. And the best part is, while we were locked down, we actually had some time to observe the nature around us and enjoy it. But this is not going to be the scenario always. So we have to prepare. Now our Honorable Prime Minister has given a call for Neighbor Bharat. So we have to pull up our socks and work for realization of his dreams and vision. But what will be our path to recovery? That is the most important question which we are discussing here, and which all of us need to ask ourselves rather than someone else telling us. As we all know, that 2030 agenda for sustainable development, which was adopted by United Nations members states in 2015, that provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, and now and into the future. At its heart are 17 SDGs, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed as well as developing, in a global partnership. And they recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. So any development without meeting these sustainable development goals will be incomplete and meaningless. If we see the 17 SDGs, majority of them are linked to ecosystem services that we derive from different types of biodiversity around us. So be it the SDG related to no poverty, related to good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, responsible consumption and production, and so on and so forth. So we all have to see that this recovery is comprehensive. Government has been working to facilitate ease of business, but it should come along with ease of living. We have been talking about sustainable development, but we have to now work towards sustainable development for sustainable future. A lot of work has been done by Ministry of Environment in recent years to streamline the clearance processes. And now the onus is on the industries to be responsive as far as compliances are concerned. And they should actually move towards a regime of self-regulation. Ministry is working on making the industries accountable for non-compliances. And it is for sure that compliances and monitoring going to be very, very strict in place. We should take pride in the fact that in spite of just 2.5% of global land area, our land supports 17% of world's human population, 18% of cattle population. And even with all this, I tell you, we are able to hold on to 7 to 8% of globally recorded species. The simple reason, because biodiversity conservation and to nature has been very much part of our Indian ethos. Even the philosophy of Indian agriculture has been to conserve and keep intact the natural resources while using them to the extent necessary. Today, all development programs worldwide are centered around this philosophy only. 2030 UN Agenda for Sustainable Development has also accepted that the contribution of culture is important for them. So we should see our biodiversity as our strength and support this system and our culture as simplest tool to strengthen that. Once we realize that, we'll work towards a future which is nature centric, as the biodiversity and nature and environment is no longer topics for big celebrations and discussions only. Now they have become necessity for our survival. So in the end, my request to all of us, all who are connected, that let us reaffirm our faith in power of nature and work for a comprehensive recovery towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in a true sense. Thank you all and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Thank you and Jai Hind. It was really nice to hear about the biodiversity, about the land, about the population, and how important India is going to play this role, because we have got all the natural resources, we've got the human resources, and we need to do better and so in the world that we as a nation can become much more, not only self-reliant, but also give as much as we used to give 2 millennium ago, when India has been the world #1 economy, #1 or #2 from 1st to 16th century. So we are into that road path. So thank you very much, sir. Now, next is our speaker is Sri Pradhanji, and our co-hosts are unable to find that from what device or in whose name he is logged in, please. So if, yes, if you could start your speech after, because we do not know in what name you are. But I think now I've got the message that somebody has identified you. So Sri Pradhanji, SN Pradhan, who is an IPS, he is the Director General of National Disaster Response Force, a very, very important organization, particularly in these kind of situation. We all know that recently in West Bengal and in nearby area, not only people were suffering from COVID, but also from natural disaster. So Sri Pradhanji is a 1988 batch Jharkhand cadre IPS officer. He is the Director General, as I'm repeating, of National Disaster Response Force. He's also a JNU alumnus. He did his MPhil in IR, International Relation, from our SIS, perhaps, from our university. And he had his MA or postgraduate degree in political science from Hyderabad. Now, Sri Pradhanji also received very prestigious British Council Chevening Fellowship, and he did LLM in International Human Rights Law from University of Essex, Colchester, basically, which is not very far from London. And I'm proud that even today, for last 4 years, I am an external examiner for the University of Essex. So there is a common link, not only from JNU. I was not in SIS, but I was certainly at JNU for many years, and I taught there as well. And I'm external examiner of Essex. So I have a pleasure of inviting Sri Pradhanji, who is with us. And so the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Yuktesharji. I hope you can hear me. There was some problem with the connectivity, and I think I was not getting through because of some 100 limitation. But anyway,
Yes, we can confirm now that you are amidst us, sir, and your voice is very, very audible, fine, fantastic. You are blistering with full of enthusiasm and spirit. So thank you very much, sir.
thank you so much. So just to give us a quick self-introduction, the Yukeshji has already done the job. I just must tell you that I'm looking at the Disaster Response Force, the National Disaster Response Force. Now, many of you may not be very familiar with, apart from knowing the orange dress, which is now in currency because of, not because it is in currency otherwise, but because the disasters are in currency in India. So we have to be perforce be visible. And the orange dress is, being called for duty almost on a regular basis now. We just had a Visakhapatnam gas leakage, and then followed by the cyclone Amphan. Anyway, Disaster Response Force is, in short, the federal first responder for disasters across the country. Federal first responder. So I just want to underline those words, federal first responder. Why do I say federal first responder? Because we are talking in context of the self-reliant India. And if India has to be self-reliant in disaster response, then there are 2 or 3 boxes that have to be ticked. One of the boxes is that who is responsible for disaster response? That has been ticked by not by the Constitution. It is not enshrined in the Constitution. There is no subject called disaster response in the Constitution. Probably that is an ostensible gap, but that has been covered up by the fact that it is in the regulations and in the convention and in the statute books in terms of regulations in terms of disasters, and the statute being only the Disaster Management Act, that it has been mentioned that the first responsibility of response is with the states and the local government. So if it is with the states and the local government, obviously what does the federal government have to do? Federal government has to come in assistance. So that is the important thing. Why I am saying this? Because this has a relevance to self-reliance. Self-reliant, we are talking about self-reliant India, and I'll talk about self-reliance in disaster response and disaster management. Now, let us go back to the year 1999. And it is very relevant because we just are in the midst of the aftermath of Cyclone Amphan. Amphan is a Thai word which means the sky. And for Amphan, the sky was the limit because the potential for destruction of the cyclone was limitless, literally. Please remember that in the Bay of Bengal, the cyclonic systems form up very regularly, but it is not very regular to have a super cyclone. What is a super cyclone? Anything in excess of 230 to 250 wind speed kilometers per hour I'm talking about, and gusting to 260, 280, which is really so bad, so strong that it can pulverize even a Pakka building if it is right in its path. So we are talking about a super cyclone, and this was historically the second super cyclone in the Bay of Bengal in the history of independent India. And even otherwise, it's a very rare occurrence. So we are talking about a super cyclone after 2 decades. 1999 was a super cyclone in Odisha again, and this was after that in Bay of Bengal. So 99, then 2001, there was a Bhuj earthquake just after 2 years. Again, more than 10,000, 15,000 lives lost, and followed by the very sensational tsunami, which happened in 2004. So 1990 to 2004, in a space of 5 years, there were 3 mega disasters which were faced by the country. And please understand that by that time, at the policy level, we didn't have a policy framework for disaster response. At the practice level, we didn't have a framework. And at the institutional level, of course, we didn't have the framework. So these 3 were like 3 slaps on the face of governance of India. Like 3 slaps. I say it with full responsibility. Like 3 slaps on the face of government of India. And after that, what happens? There's a wake-up call. And mercifully, the governance system wakes up. And in 2005, we decided to enact the National Disaster Management Act. Among other things, the Disaster Management Act sets up the National Disaster Management Authority, the NDMA, chaired ex officio by none other than the Prime Minister of the country. The symbolic nature of this step is very important. The symbolic implication is that if you make the chairman the Prime Minister of the country, means you are for the first time putting disaster response and disaster governance centrally into mainstream governance. So NDMA was a product of the Disaster Management Act, and the NDRF was also a product of that Disaster Management Act, which I'm right now heading, the National Disaster Response Force. So it has been an evolution after that. We had a policy framework put in place. Within that policy framework in the NDM Act, there was this National Crisis Management Committee. Apart from the NDMA, the authority itself, which is chaired by the Prime Minister and then vice chairpersons, etc., and members, there is this National Crisis Management Committee, which is the operational part of the authority. And for example, tomorrow again there is a NCMC meeting, the National Crisis Management Committee meeting on Amphan, as to what is the restoration progress. We have had 5 meetings just for Amphan. Tomorrow will be the 6th meeting just on Amphan of the National Crisis Management Committee. So there is a centrality to the governance of disaster and responding to disaster. And the good thing is that even if it is a state subject, the center and the state are working together in a federal cohesion. And there is a lot of cohesion, lot of synergy, lot of convergence of effort. Without this, it will not be possible for a state to face a disaster. So the philosophy behind this is, just as disaster does not know any borders, whether state borders or even international borders, so federal response and state response should also converge without borders. So that is the disaster management policy framework. We have also a National Institute of Disaster Management, which is NIDM, which is a capacity building body which trains the state ecosystem and state officials about disaster response. So all in all, we have a policy framework. Then the institutional framework. Please remember, till a decade ago, we were struggling to predict disasters, we were struggling to predict cyclones, we were struggling to predict floods. To an extent, we were predicting well. We had good scientists, but the institutional convergence was not there. The technology was not there. Today, the cyclone Fani of 2019, it was predicted absolutely accurately by the IMD, none other than the IMD, Indian Meteorological Department. And its prediction was more spot on than the Joint Task Force of the Navy, which predicts, and which was actually initially relied upon by the Odisha government for Cyclone Fani. And in the last 48 hours, they had to change because IMD prevailed upon them and said, if you make that mistake, then you will not do the right thing. And then they finally concentrated on Puri and Bhubaneswar. It hit in Puri and Bhubaneswar. It hit exactly at the time predicted by the IMD. It exactly at the same speed predicted by the IMD. So again, IMD among all world agencies got it right this time also for Cyclone Amphan. The exact speed, the exact place, the exact time. So again, we are getting there institutionally. The IMD is giving us the climatological prediction. The NDRF is on ground. The system is functioning in policy level. All in all, I think to become self-reliant, we have taken massive steps in terms of disaster response. But just to end, in the last few points I want to make is, there is no finishing line for excellence. We have got there, we have traveled a long way, but there is still a long way to travel in terms of disaster response, self-reliant disaster response. Yes, we have a good template. Our predictions are taken by Bangladesh and 13 other countries. Our IMD gives predictions to 13 other countries. We are the regional hub for predictions of disaster climatological issues. But then there are a lot of big flaws. For example, today, why is Odisha responding better on ground and Bengal not responding so well? Because Odisha has made a disaster response force of its own. It's called ODRAF, and it is as good as NDRF. So NDRF, when it goes there, ODRAF and NDRF becomes extension of each other, and they work efficiently together as two brother agencies. In Bengal, there is no SDRF, no State Disaster Response Force. They have just made a ramshackle group of people who have been taken from the local police, and they are a disgruntled lot and they don't want to do much. So there is a very good case of all states having their own SDRFs. And the last point I want to make is, which is a big and very important point, is our community resilience. Disaster response starts with community resilience. In the first few hours of a disaster, when a cyclone hits, or a flood hits, or a cloudburst hits, or an earthquake hits, no agency, government agency can reach the village within 1 hour or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It will be the resilience of the community and how prepared they are. And that is why I always give the example of Japan. Japan, they are clued into all disasters, especially earthquakes. Even a 4-year-old to a 40-year-old to an 80-year-old knows what to do when there is a hooter or earthquake, even if it is a mock drill. He will know exactly what to do, where to hide. It is a culture of disaster resilience. That culture is still lacking in India. In some states, for example, when NDRF was trying to evacuate, and we evacuated almost 7 lakh people in both states. NDRF found it relatively easier in Orissa because in Orissa they are used to being evacuated. They know the route of the cyclone and how terrible it can be. In Bengal, they were still iffy. They were not sure, why should we evacuate? Why should we leave our house? It is difficult to leave your house when you are a poor person. I understand that. But when it is a question of life and death, that was not understood by many people in Bengal, and it took last effort of 24 hours to evacuate. So the culture of resilience is not there. In Tamil Nadu, for example, if you go to some districts on the coast, they have a small packet of survival kit. The moment there is a hooter, they take that survival kit and go out so that they can survive for at least 3 days without government help, with medicine, some cash, some clothes, something. This is a culture that has to be developed, because India, if it has to be self-reliant in disaster response, it must realize that it will face disasters almost every month, and it cannot relax in terms of developing resilience and excellence. 2 last points. One is that there is a very big weakness in terms of industrial disaster. We have not had a Bhopal gas tragedy type disaster yet. There was this Visakhapatnam gas leakage. Some people said that it is another Bhopal, but it was not of that scale, and we survived. We could manage it well. But I'll be the first to admit that we are not very well prepared for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear disasters, the CBR and disasters. That is very, very important. And the other thing is, there has to be a lot more synergy in terms of disaster governance between states, villages, union territories, and the central government. This has to happen more and more. And the final point is, there has to be greater introduction and inclusion of technology, high technology, across disaster response mechanisms. That is also a weak area. I think it's a SWOT analysis that I have made. And if we can get better and better at this, it will be a good thing towards self-reliance. Again, we have traveled a long way towards self-reliance, but there is a very long way to travel. And it will be a happy thing, because it must be remembered that that government is considered more efficient, which efficiently delivers during disasters, during distress. Normal times is fine, but during distress, if it can actually deliver good governance, efficient governance to its citizens, that is the litmus test of good governance. And that is what must happen in this country if it has to become self-reliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Really a pleasure from you, getting the inside knowledge as well as your experience, and telling us that how disasters or calamities, they do not discriminate like this noxious pandemic. So disaster does not discriminate which state or which country. And very rightly you said that we have to be ready for any eventuality. Every month, every year, there should be some kind of calamities, some kind of disasters, some kind of problems. And the government of India and the state governments, everybody has to work together to be cohesive. So you talked in very detailed and very interesting factors, which you said, which was very good to note. And we are proud that India is the hub for the regionals, for the 13 countries, and India could do even better later on in resolving this issue. Now, our next two speakers, they are IAS. The first one is Sri Upendra Tripathi ji. Sri Tripathi ji is an IAS officer of Karnataka cadre with more than almost 4 decades of 36 years of public service, who has work experience in various departments: power, commerce, environment, transport, and even our, which is education. So huge wealth of experience he has. He is currently serving as DG or Director General of International Solar Alliance, which is such an important thing because we are all talking about clean energy. And this alliance is an alliance of intergovernmental alliance of more than 120 countries. So he has experience with working with various governments to ensure that energy security around the world is being promoted by solar power, so that we have a carbon neutral future in the domain of agriculture, health, transport, and obviously power sector. And after that, we will have Honorable Sri Arun Kumar Pandaji. But first, Sri Tripathi ji. So floor is yours, sir.
Thank you for the beautiful introduction. I, in fact, passed out from Center for Political Studies from School of Social Sciences. And I still remember the fabulous professors I had, particularly Mr. Sudipta Kaviraj, who used to teach us political philosophy. And I remember in the first class, he put a small graph and said that, if you take the economic history of the world for the last 5,000 years, you will find it's like the wave of the sea. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes up. And all that you have to do is put the philosophers in the time dimension as to where in economic history they figured. And if you know whether he was in the boom period or he was in the tough down period, you can mostly draw his philosophy. Well, he said there were 3 mad people to that, who didn't fit into the graph. One was Plato, the other was Rousseau, and of course the third one was Karl Marx. I'm not going into why they didn't fit into the graph and why they were mad. I mean, mad in the sense not actually mad, but in that sense they didn't fit into the graph, the traditional makeup. But it's a great place, and I also happen to be the president of the Alumni Association briefly. That was, I think, 2017. So JNU is a great place, and I remember in my 80 batch of IAS, so we had 33 people in IAS out of 126, and we used to in Mussoorie call it the mini JNU. I mean, great days, great campus. So thank you for organizing this, and of course, self-reliance in India, I'm not the right person to talk because I had an international organization where India is our host country. Host country meaning, it championed the treaty, the framework agreement under which ISA was created. And it was opened up in Marrakesh. It's the first international intergovernmental body. And we are proud of the 88 flags, national flags that we fly in the meeting hall. I think the only place in India where you have so many flags. yes, you read out that it is limited to 121 countries because initially it was limited to the tropics. But of late, so many countries from outside India would like to, outside the tropics would like to be members. That act has got amended. And but under international treaty, this act has to be ratified by 4 more countries, and it becomes the critical number of 2/3, 30 countries. And then, one day 194 countries of the world will be the members of this organization to be headquartered in India. So I'm very pleased, and I'm very proud of not only being an ex-alumni of JNU, but also having the privilege of heading this organization. Now, what do we do to promote self-reliance? Of course, we talk about energy security, we talk about energy independence, we talk about energy access. And if you look at the world demography, that all UN bodies, everyone used to say by 2030, everybody on Earth will have energy access. And a few months back, World Bank has come up with a study that despite all our promises in the past, by 2030, still there will be 700 people in the world without energy access, without access to electricity. Now, what do you do? I mean, in 21st century, with a world of some $68 trillion, we are talking about 700 million people having no access to electricity. And this is, a different type of reliance we are talking about. It's no question of self-reliance. They just cannot, be self-reliant. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge is simple. Challenge is simple is that the moment you look at the cost of energy, we are talking about, I happened to be the secretary in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in 2014 when, we started something called Renewable Energy Invest. The cost of solar energy was around 7 rupees per unit. Today it is 3 rupees, but that is not good enough. We're talking about grid parity. Can you really match, those days if you meet a minister or the prime minister, they'll say, can you match your solar tariff with coal? And it was way different. We actually used to take coal derived thermal energy to reduce the cost of solar energy. It's called bundling. You take 5 units of coal energy or thermal energy, which was cheaper, bundle with 1 unit of solar energy, and you bring down the cost of solar energy. Today, it is just the reverse. I heard big thermal producers are using solar to bring down the cost of thermal. So we have reached the grid parity between solar and thermal, which means the self-reliance for many has increased. But it's not good enough because there are many people who can afford kerosene for lighting, but not solar energy because solar energy is still very costly. So the next generation, for self-reliance in energy or energy access, we are talking is something called kerosene parity, which means in countries like, in many countries, it's around $15 a month, meeting all energy costs. So if we can bring down the cost of reliable and sustainable solar energy to that level, that is going to be a win-win or a game changer. So in the International Solar Alliance, we are looking at that. How do you bring down the cost of capital? And of course, how do you bring down the cost of, technology? If you look at the solar field, it's not, if you a little bit of physics, the spectrum of light and the visible range, it is a very small range. And the entire, photon generator, solar DC, the electric current comes from the photons, which are, comes from the electrons in the semiconductor, which are bombarded by photons. And in the process, they are made to flow in a stream of electricity. But there is a large chunk behind this visible range, both sides, the infrared and ultraviolet, which are still not tapped. And we are getting new technologies, which perhaps, can tap this heat. And maybe at night, you will have solar panels which generate electricity. You can, have types of managerial efficiency, technological efficiency, cost efficiency, and that is driven. And that is why, if you talk about last 10 years, the cost has come down almost by 80% in terms of solar panels. But still, it is not good enough to take the cost of solar energy from grid parity to kerosene parity. And from kerosene parity, if actually you have a number of million of people who cannot even afford kerosene. And that is when we are talking about near zero cost. So today, suppose in Indian context, energy, the tariff is around 3 rupees. And if you take a 25-year period and the discount at 5%, most of you are familiar with the table, discounting table, it will come down to 1/3 after 25 years, which means I'm essentially contracting solar energy at current rate, which works out to after 25 years, maintaining a uniform tariff comes down to almost 1/3. So if you can go further, in terms of technological efficiency, in terms of volume, aggregation of demand, we have to go a long distance to actually bring down the cost to near zero. For that, what International Solar Alliance does, we have a typical governance structure. We have an assembly, and we have a standing committee. We have divided the entire 66 or 88 countries to 4 regions: the Latin American region, the African region, the Asia Pacific, and the European and others. We have got 2 vice presidents from each region, currently 1 additional members. For example, Africa, Togo and Niger, and Latin America, we have Peru and Venezuela. Asia, we have Tonga and Sri Lanka. And of course, the president is India and the co-president is France. So that forms the governance structure. And under this, the guidance of the assembly, we carry out 6 projects. And these projects are identified very carefully. Agriculture project to help the farmers, and mini grids, rooftop storage, e-solar vehicles. We have also solar parks. So the whole idea is to increase the volume of application of solar to such an extent the prices automatically come down. And I'll give you an example of what actually we do to bring down prices. And this is the self-reliance of farmers. Can you get your own irrigation water? Can you have control and ownership of the technologies that can help you to irrigate your own land? Because for a farmer, and to have control over the irrigation is a big thing, because it not only enhances the income of the farmer, but it also empowers him or her to have access to a lot more benefits in the society. So we asked our member countries, would you like to help farmers? 22 of those member countries, they actually came down and gave us a list of farmers, which amounted to 272,000. Now we wonder what we do with the list. I mean, you cannot go and directly put a bomb there, because as an international organization, you have to go through the sovereign countries. So we actually invited EESL. You must have heard about this public sector undertaking, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, which is brought in the LED revolution in India. They bought some 310 million of LED bulbs, which resulted in the price reduction of for each bulb from 400 rupees to 50 rupees. And this itself was a price revolution. And that, I tell you, without compromising the quality. So we hired EESL to have a floating global tender to bring down the cost of pumps. And we're very happy to tell you that it has come down almost by 40%. Now, the next step where we are doing, to develop self-reliance in terms of, of course, distributed manufacturing, we are going to combine or aggregate demand for 150 million home lighting systems, which means almost 450 million LED bulbs, 150 million solar fans, 150 million solar refrigerators, 150 million mobile chargers, and of course, mobile phones. So we believe in the Solar Alliance that aggregation of demand is one way actually to address issues of poverty, issues of self-reliance. And with this, we have put a roadmap and a roadmap to actually how to promote investment, how to promote the environmental welfare, and how to promote employment. So we are different from other international organizations because we do not believe too much in workshops, report preparation and all that. We focus on action, and any action that has some value in the field, we appreciate. And I think that is something we learned in JNU. I mean, when we're reading about, Karl Marx, I think, those days they told that Karl Marx's father wanted Karl Marx to be a lawyer, a first-rate lawyer. So Karl Marx comes to Germany and, wants to study literature and becomes the president of some drinking club. Well, I mean, it was a different story, but he was talking more about action. And if you look at his, dialectics, it's not so much philosophy that influences, but it is the action that happens in the society that happens. So in a sense, I mean, JNU teaches us, taught us, even still it does, that what is more important in life is how we act and what actions we incur. With this, I'm very thankful to our Alumni Association. I hope they were talking about a building that has come up, and I always appeal to our colleagues to donate some money to the alumni, because in most organizations, alumni take contributions. So I will avail this opportunity to all the audience that if you are from JNU, please donate at least some 10 days of your salary, so that we can build the place. I think we thought of building a library for Alumni Association, so that it's a place where alumni can go and sit down and study. Thank you all once again, and thank you all for your patience and time. I presume that most of our listeners today are from JNU. That's why I took this forum to appeal, and I seek an apology for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tripathi, sir. Very, very valuable input from you. You talked about infodemic, which is perhaps more problematic, because you're talking about WhatsApp University, which is more problematic than pandemic. We do not need misinformation. We do not need disinformation. There is a difference between misinformation and disinformation. I'm not going to deliver a talk or lecture, as which is my occupation, but we are all from one of the the best university in India. So we all understand. Thank you very much, sir, also for your appeal for donation for Alumni Association and for poor downtrodden people of our country. You have yourself done so much for Alumni Association of JNU, and JNU will remember your contribution. AAJ will remember your contribution. Because of your contribution to the community and country at large, tariff is so low in India. You have contributed for and talked about directly or non directly, I'm not very sure, but you have certainly talked about the LED bulbs and all those kind of things. So very, very insightful thoughts. And I'm sure all of us who belong to one community, which is a JNU, and I'm sure there will be some people who are listening to this webinar who may not be from JNU, but JNU has given so much to the community and so much to the country, and we will be proud of that. And here comes another brilliant speaker who is another IAS, Dr. Arun Kumar Pandaji. He's 1984 batch IAS officer of Orissa cadre. He's also currently serving in the Ministry of very, very important department or organization, which is micro or small and medium. We call SMEs, the small and medium enterprises, which has now got a micro prefix. And Dr. Panda is not only an IAS, but he is also a doctoral awardee, a researcher in economics from the University of Southern California. He is currently a very senior officer and additional secretary in the Ministry of Health, additionally, basically. And that also heads National Health Mission, I'm told. So very, very important role Dr. Panda plays. So welcome, Dr. Panda, to our forum and enlighten us with your valuable, interesting stories. Thank you, sir.
Well, namaskar to everyone. And first of all, at the very outset, I would like to really congratulate the organizers who could actually schedule this particular webinar. It is pretty inclusive, and then it actually has touched upon very many issues And I would like to also thank Dr. Dheeraj, who in fact told me, and in fact, I also had the same problem when I wanted to join. Perhaps there was some hiccup, in the technological hiccup. They said, no, already you have 100 odd people, so you cannot join. And be that as it may, now I got an opportunity to kind of share some of my thoughts. But before I do that, I would like to make a few things clear. The first thing is that I'm not from JNU. So this is the first thing that I would like to really share. The first thing that I'm not from JNU, although many of my very, very great friends are from JNU, and I have got great respect for that institution, for that university. And I can still remember the first time when I went to JNU, and I went to the hostels, I went to the colleges, I mean all the institute, the different schools they are in, and I spoke to the students and all that, and I have got great admiration and respect for the institution, for the people, for the faculty, and for everyone there. The second thing that I would like to clarify that I worked in the health ministry in Government of India for almost 7 years, and I was handling various things, including the National Health Mission and various other things, all aims and everything, medical education, the drugs regulation, the food regulation, the health protection scheme, all those kind of things. But that was almost 3 years back. Now, in the last almost 3 years, I was secretary in the Ministry of MSME, Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, and I just retired on the 30th of April. So I'm no longer the secretary of the Ministry of MSME. I used to be secretary of Ministry of MSME. So let me put that very, very clearly from the very beginning. Now, coming back to, I was told that, what can or what should the MSME sector do so that we can achieve the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and many of us Indians, that how can we be a strong, vibrant, and self-reliant India, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, that Honorable Prime Minister so aptly and so eloquently the other day he announced about this. Now, I'll just give a few background things, and I would just talk about a few things quickly. Now, the Indian MSME sector, when people come from outside, they used to come and they used to ask, how big is this sector? Now, you would be surprised to know, there was a survey in 2015-16, and as per that survey, it was found out that we have 6.34 crore MSMEs in this country, as per a survey, which is employing around 11 to 12 crore people. That was in 15-16. Thereafter, many things have happened. The new Mudra scheme was launched. Many of those micro units have been financed. I'm sure now it will definitely be much, much more. That is number one. Number two, there are three important aspects to the MSME ecosystem that I would like to tell everybody. I'm sure you must be knowing it, but nevertheless, I would like to tell you, because that is from where it will flow, how it can contribute to this particular, for realization of this great vision of self-reliant India. The MSMEs are present everywhere. You go to the Northeast, you go to the Jammu Kashmir, you go to anywhere, you go to Bastar district, you go to Koraput district, you go wherever you want to go to Gadchiroli, the MSMEs are present everywhere. So they contribute to an inclusive, equitable growth. This is the most important thing that we must remember. The large units, the big units are not present everywhere. They are present in some places in this country. The big factories, the big plants, they are present in some parts of the country. This is the MSMEs who are present everywhere. That's number one. Number two, there's sheer numbers, as I just mentioned, huge numbers of MSMEs, both in manufacturing, also in services, and some of them are also doing trading and also helping. The other important point about MSMEs are, like, there is very high degree of employment generation for each rupee spent or invested. If you look at the large industries, whatever they invest, the employment generation is not that much. But if you compare with the employment generation divided by the amount invested, it is extremely favorable and high in case of MSMEs. And this is the extremely employment intensive, employment oriented sector. So this is a very, very important thing. I must talk about this. The next point which I would like to say, that after agriculture, MSMEs are the second largest employer, and then they do field level innovations at a very, very low investment, they do a lot of investment. So this is the background. Now, why MSMEs are important in our scheme of things? Because as you know, the MSMEs contribute almost 29% to the GDP, almost 45 to 48% to the employment to the exports, to the country's exports. But if you look at the MSMEs, they don't export directly. They export through the large ones. They export through the export houses. They don't export directly, not many of them. This is where the problem or the challenge comes, that how do we make them self-reliant, competitive, and extremely competitive in exports, so that they can not only manufacture, they can also sell their products, not just inside the country, but outside the country as well. So this is where the importance of MSMEs come. Because if you look at the pyramid of the industry, if anyone looks at the pyramid of the industry, what we call industry, the large industries are right at the top. They are very, very few. The huge part of the pyramid is actually MSMEs. If you look at the goods and services tax registration, the GSTN, as they say, out of, I was told, I do not exactly know what is the latest number, but I was told when it was around 1.3 crores or so, just leaving around 8 to 10 lakhs, which are large, all the rest, that is 1.2 crores, who are registered as in the GSTN are MSMEs, either in the manufacturing sector or in the services sector. So with that, I would also like to say that most of the MSMEs were in the informal sector. With the coming of the GST, the goods and services tax, they are coming to the formal sector. When they come to the formal sector, their credit history is known to everybody. Gradually, they build up their credit history. Now, today is the time when we have such huge challenge which has come for the COVID, and before that also, that unless and until we make these MSMEs competitive, their manufacturing competitiveness increases, they become part of the local, the national, and the international value chains. It becomes very, very difficult for the country to be competitive in the total manufacturing sector. So that is where, in the entire value chain, they have to play a very, very important role. Now, I don't know if anybody can recall, in 2018 November, Honorable Prime Minister made 12 very historic announcements to help MSMEs to have better access to capital, better access to credit, because credit is extremely important. Timely loan facility to the MSMEs. That's number one. Number two, access to technology. What kind of technology? Because continuous technology upgradation, the latest frontiers of technology. We talk about artificial intelligence, augmented reality, or whatever. They are all very, very important for the industry, and perhaps more important for the MSMEs to become more competitive. Then the third is access to markets, not just markets inside, but markets outside, export markets. And fourth is the ease of doing business. Now, why should somebody set up a new micro enterprise or a small enterprise? If that person actually finds it very easy to set up an enterprise, then they will do it. Now, there we come across important role of not just the government of India, but the state governments, the municipal bodies, the local government, everywhere. They have a huge, huge role to play to take the MSMEs forward, to help the MSME ecosystem. Now, when we are talking about MSME of different challenges, the another challenge is the delayed payments. They supply goods and services to various people, to the government, to the central public sector enterprises, to the state PSUs, to private fellows, to other MSMEs, but many times they don't get their payment in time. though there is a provision in the MSMED Act that all these payment has to be done within 45 days, there is a big challenge there. Now, I would just quickly touch upon, I mean, many things have been done. If you look at, for that, perhaps, that will take a long time. What all has been done by the government. But one thing I would like to just tell you that one of the biggest problems that MSMEs face is access to information. Many of them do not know. The large industries know where to export, where to source their credit from, what is the technology that they're looking for, whether it is cost effective. They will get all consultants. The biggest problem of the MSMEs is to access information at the right time. So for that, not just the central government, all the state governments, they are also trying to do a lot of things. And on the 30th of April, we have started a portal called, it's our Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, this was his dream. And we have started this portal, which is called the MSME Bank of Ideas, Innovations and Research. In that portal, what we have done, if you look at any MSME or anybody who wants to set up an enterprise can actually see in one place, in one portal, all the schemes of not just the MSME ministry, but all other ministries which have schemes for MSMEs, and all schemes of the state governments, various state governments, which are meant for MSMEs. Everything has been compiled and has been put in one place. What are the benefits that people can get? Who are going to be eligible for that? So everything is actually put in one place. People can go and they can know how to apply for that, whether they are eligible. All those things have been put in one place. It's a work in progress. Things will improve even further. Now, the last, after the COVID, if you must have noticed, what are the things which have been done, which are perhaps going to help during these very, very unprecedented, extraordinarily difficult times. But this is the time when, when we are talking about Make in India would be extremely, it is a very, very laudable vision. But MSMEs have to play a very important role in Make in India. And friends, if you must be following various news items in the newspaper. Now, central government also has decided that even in the Ministry of Defense, within the defense procurement, they would like to really, they would like to ensure that our local industries, the industries within our country, they become so competitive, they become so good that the defense parts, all the procurement that they do, gradually, steadily, but surely, slowly, but surely, this procurement can come actually from local industries and thereby also from the MSMEs. So that is also going to be a huge, huge step in the right direction to make them self-reliant, to come up to a particular standard, to compete with others, and to be able to really manufacture those parts, those equipments, those components which can outcompete all the other industries all across the world. Now, coming back to various announcements which have been made by central government and also by RBI, I'll just quickly touch upon them, just to remind you, all of us, that which are these announcements and how they are going to help. There are many, many schemes which are there, but I'm going to quickly just talk about the new ones which have been announced. The first one was the collateral-free credit flow to the MSMEs up to 5 crores. This is collateral-free, mind you, credit flow to MSMEs up to 5 crores. This is a fund flow which has been announced by Government of India of 3 lakh crore. Now, this 3 lakh crore can be a credit flow to the MSMEs. Those MSMEs whose annual turnover is up to maximum up to 100 crore, and suppose they have a loan up to 25 crore. So 20% of the 25 crore, which works out to around 5 crore, can be given to MSMEs so that they can come out of this present, the difficult times that we are talking about. And the more important thing is, there is a 1-year moratorium on payment of interest. Now, if this loan they take, they can use it as a working capital or whatever they want to work, and there will be a 1-year moratorium, and then a 4-year kind of a loan period. So this is extremely important for a credit flow. The second thing that the ministry and the government actually tried that there are many MSMEs which are stressed, who are becoming NPAs, so non-performing assets. They are not able to repay their EMIs. So with that, now this 20,000 crore has been announced, where the bank will provide, the government will provide something called subordinated debt by way of equity part of the person, of the MSME, towards his equity. Now he will take this as subordinated debt so that the banks can also pay their part, or the debt can also be given. The third thing which has been announced, I think it's an unprecedented and an extremely path-breaking move, which is the fund of funds. Now, many of the MSMEs are not able to progress, not able to really go up and get themselves listed, not able to access capital markets. Now, this fund, which has been already announced, it's going to be a 50,000. It's going to attract 50,000 crore. It's a 10,000 crore corpus fund, which is going to attract 50,000 crore of private equity and venture capital funds, who will in turn invest in the MSMEs, which have good potential to really kind of improve their functioning and to kind of have their revenue going up, and they can go and they get themselves listed in the capital markets to access equity and the equity infusion would also be there. The other important thing that the government has announced, that in the very like all the tenders of the government up to 200 crores, the CPSEs need not really go for the global tenders. They need not go. That means now this time the MSMEs and the local industries will find it extremely very, very helpful, because they can participate in this tender. Now there won't be any global tender for procurement of an amount up to 200 crore. This will also help them to improve their functioning, to improve their strategy, their technology, and to become more and more self-reliant, more and more vibrant. The MSMEs, as I just mentioned, the government has also announced that all their payables have to be paid back in 45 days by the government of India and by all the CPSEs. In next 45 days, all things have to be paid, because this is one of the very big challenges that MSMEs face. Now, 12% employer contribution and 12% employee contribution, that has also been from the government will pay that for the EPF in the next 6 months. Now, one more important thing that I would like to really tell you, that the NBFCs, the microfinance institutions, the housing finance companies play a very important role in credit flow to the MSMEs. Now, government has announced a special 30,000 crore special liquidity fund for all these NBFCs, HFC and MFIs, which is going to increase the credit flow to the micro and small enterprise, this sector. Apart from that, government has also announced 45,000 crore, which is like a partial credit guarantee scheme for all NBFCs. Now, coming back to the RBI announcements, now all these will help MSMEs to have better credit flow, and there are many other things. For example, government has increased the procurement, the public procurement, that up to 25% of the total procurement have to be done by the CPSEs from the micro and small enterprises. So all this will help them, and 3% from the women entrepreneurs. 3% will be reserved for procurement from women entrepreneurs. So all these would help them to actually, become gradually, improve their functioning and become, eventually, look towards becoming self-reliant. Now, the other things that the RBI has already announced, a 50,000 crore special refinance scheme to NABARD, to SIDBI, and to National Housing Bank. And the last thing that I would like to say, that the repo rate, that we all know that the repo rate is the rate in which RBI lends to the other banks. The other banks, borrow this money from RBI at this repo rate. That has been reduced to 4%. That means if the banks can actually borrow it at 4%, it's really going to help them to lend at a much less rate of interest to the MSMEs and also to the other ones. So this is going to be of great help. And one last thing that I would like to say, that the EMIs to the banks which had been deferred moratorium had been given for 3 months, that has also been enhanced to another 3 months. That means for 6 months, the EMIs need not be paid. Anybody wants to pay, that's fine. But for the 6 months, the MSMEs can actually defer it, this moratorium. These are special measures which have been taken by the RBI and also by government of India. And I can tell you that many of the state governments are also coming up with various measures, like, for giving up ease of doing business, so that at least these MSMEs who are facing such unprecedented challenges because of the COVID-19 can actually come. Now, coming back to the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, the MSMEs had to be a part of the regional value chain. They have to be a part of the national value chain and international value chain, so that they can export, they can do better, they can earn better money, they can employ more people. And they're now the technology centers. I must tell you one last thing, that the technology centers, because the MSMEs do not know where to access this technology. Now the government, under the ministry had 18 technology centers. Now 15 more are under completion. 4 of them have become already functional. Now 18 plus 15, 33 are already, they have started. Many of them are really helping the MSMEs. But one most important thing that the government has announced, that government is going to set up 120 more technology centers, 20 large technology centers, 100 small extension centers, because of better technology outreach to all the MSMEs all across the country. The large ones will also have the latest frontiers of science that we talk about. It can be Internet of Things, it can be artificial intelligence and all that. So the people can be trained, their employees can be trained, they can be given this technology access. This is going to be extremely helpful. And we need the latest technology for MSMEs if they want to really become self-reliant. They can compete with others. They need credit in time. They need market access. For better market access, the standards, the quality, the parameters that they have to compete with others. For that, they need technology. And government is actually leaving no stone unturned to do this. I'm sure many other departments, many other ministries in Government of India, and also in the state governments are also trying to do this. Now, all the state governments, the industry associations, and academic institutions, their academic institutions can actually give handholding support to many of the MSMEs. Now, why can't we actually go to the various clusters that we have and give them that support? So this is all what is being done, and I just wanted to kind of just have a quick overview of the things which have been done and which have been announced. And I think I can tell you that there are huge challenges for the MSMEs and for other industries as well. But in the coming months and the coming years, giving the geopolitical, the changes that we can expect, the strategic shifts that we can expect, that many of the industries are also shifting, or at least one can read about them. They're shifting from other countries of the world, that they can actually come to India. There can be better investment in India, better technology flow up to India. And this is a time that we should not let it go. And all the MSMEs and industries, we should all try to improve ourselves so that we can part of this great dream called Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. We all say that अपना दही को तो खट्टा कोई नहीं बोलता है, but अगर दही जो हमारा दही है, अगर दूसरे के द्वारा बोला जाए कि भाई आपका दही तो बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत मीठा है, तो बहुत खुशी होती है. And that's what you did, sir. Though you said at the outset that you're not from the JNU, but the respect which you show for the faculty, for the teachers, for the academia, for the staff, for the student, for the institution at large, we all respect, sir. And we all respect your respect for JNU, sir. The experience which you had in MSMEs, and you talked about the PM's announcement about the loan and credit, technology, AI, artificial intelligence. These are all very, very insightful, very valuable remarks. And although we are all, and most of us, not maybe all, are from JNU, and we really take pride in learning about these things from senior, perhaps even retired bureaucrats like you. And with so much of knowledge and information, we will remain indebted to you, sir. So thank you very much. And I must tell you all that I must apologize once again that there was a technical glitch from Zoom, and some people, like our noted speakers, had difficulty in joining us in the beginning. But now I can see there are 79 people, so we have at least 21 more spaces and people can join. Not only that, we had tried, and I can show you the receipt for 1,000 places for Zoom. But Zoom, being a Chinese, I mean, not Chinese, it's an American company, but headed by a Chinese person, Eric Yuan, sometimes falters. They have taken money, and I can show the voucher later on anybody. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we had not only done for more than 999 people, about 1,000 people, but we have also done interpretation because we love our mother tongue. And I'm happy that interpretation has started, simultaneous interpretation. So Ravi Kumar, who is a very senior interpreter, and he is a CEO of an interpretation and translation company, he has joined us, and he is also facilitating in directly doing simultaneously, like the way I am speaking and he is doing in Hindi. And people can do Hindi to English like in the United Nations. And that's what I teach as well. So I will also do whenever I find time, because Ravi has to go. So if you want to listen to interpretation, by the way, because Hindi is not the language of the United Nations, so on Zoom, and this is a bit of discrimination in my opinion, but there are only 8 flags and 8 languages, so English, Spanish, Russian, French, Chinese. So there's no Hindi flag or no flag of India. But if you want to listen to English to Hindi or Hindi to English, if some speakers speak in Hindi, we can do simultaneous interpretation in English. So if you go, you will now see there is an interpretation button, and you can see there is English and Spanish. But we are not doing a Spanish because there is no Spanish required. The Hindi Indian flag is missing from here. But if you just touch on the English button, then you would be able to hear interpretation either from me if I find time, apart from doing moderation and other thing, or from Ravi Bhai. Or if anybody else wants to do interpretation simultaneously, I can see Amitabh Bhai, who is in Brazil and listening from Brazil. He also knows obviously Spanish and Portuguese, but he can do English to Hindi as well. So I welcome, and they can send me a message. But next, so before I invite the next speaker, I once again thank Dr. Panda for your very invaluable speech. Thank you, sir. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Nivedita Gupta. Now, Dr. Gupta is a very senior scientist, and she heads the project to make India COVID-free. I repeat, she heads the project to make India COVID-free. And we are proud that she is a JNU alumnus and now a very senior scientist at ICMR and doing lots of research. Her initiative becomes all the more important because when we compare it with the 2009 H1N1, the American, I mean, I'm not saying the name of the country, but H1N1 flu. And then India had just 2 viral research and diagnostic centers. And now there are many more. But she feels that this epidemic virus is not very easy to tackle, and we will have to learn to live with it. This is very, very important and very, very cautious words. She says and thinks that social distancing, again repeating, social distancing seems to be the only remedy at least for now. I'm not going to take more time because Dr. Nivedita is here and she can enlighten us, and she has a PPT presentation as well. So I may share her PPT first, and then she can start with this one. So this is her PPT, and I'm sharing on the screen. I will make it F5 and make it bigger so that everybody can see this. So welcome, Dr. Nivedita ji.
So my sincere thanks to the Alumni Association for giving me this opportunity. And thank you very much for giving me an audience, all the esteemed people who are there on the webinar. I see that all of you are very important people for the Indian segment and are handling very important portfolios. So I'll just quickly take you through our journey of strengthening the viral diagnostic facilities in India. Can I please have the next slide? So as all of you know, that viruses are now considered one of the major agents of biological warfare. They have attracted a lot of attention in terms of, even the WHO has now identified them as a priority. Many of the viruses are identified as priority pathogens on which countries have been urged to focus their research and development activities. And if I take you back to 2009, as has already been said, that in 2009, when we were struck by the swine flu or the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, we were really gripped in dismay, and the public health system of the country had absolutely no infrastructure for diagnosis of viral infections. When we thought that how do we contain the epidemic, we had nothing except for 2 labs in the country. One was ICMR's institute, the National Institute of Virology at Pune, and the other was the National Center for Disease Control, which is in Delhi, which is a Ministry of Health and Family Welfare institution. And before that, we had many outbreaks of life-threatening and highly pathogenic viruses like the SARS coronavirus of Hong Kong in 2002, the Nipah virus outbreak of 2001, which still continues to happen and threaten us by outbreaks in Kerala. Then we had bird flu outbreaks in 2005, and then H1N1, as I said, swine flu in 2009. Until 2009, even the 2 centers that we had were not very well equipped to provide first-hand diagnosis. We had to borrow all the diagnostic reagents from CDC Atlanta. We did not have any diagnostic abilities of our own. And with such a huge country like India, it was a very, very big challenge that we faced. And this was a complete jolt to the public health system of the country, that why don't we go ahead and strengthen the viral diagnostic facilities in our own country. So can I have the next slide, please? So then this thought started conceptualizing from 2009, and through ICMR, I have been working in ICMR after taking, I'm a medical graduate from Lady Hardinge Medical College, and pursued my PhD from the School of Molecular Medicine, and I happened to be the first batch student from the School of Molecular Medicine in JNU. And after that, I worked in AIIMS, and then I joined ICMR. And since 2009, I have been involved in the creation of this viral research and diagnostic network at ICMR, wherein I started from the scratch in building the capacity for viral infection diagnosis in the country. So from 2009 to 2013, I could establish 15 state-of-art virology laboratories in the country, who are fully equipped to carry all kinds of viral diagnosis, be it a serology-based simple diagnosis, molecular diagnosis, sequencing of viruses, development of diagnostic kits. So we worked on that. And then realizing the need, the government of India, through our parent department of ICMR, which is the Department of Health Research, converted into a full-fledged scheme of the government. So this got rolled out in 2013 as a full-fledged scheme of the government, wherein it was proposed that in every government medical college, we will establish viral research and diagnostic labs, and would spread the capacity to detect viral infections to all parts of the country. So this network has the ability, and our target is 125 labs. And as of now, we have been able to establish 106 labs, in almost all states and union territories of the country. The mandate of this network is to test all the viruses of public health importance, excluding polio and HIV, because there are separate networks for that. The network is also involved actively in outbreak investigation, so that the viral outbreaks can be detected very early at the field level. And this is how we could early catch the Zika virus outbreak in India and the Nipah virus outbreak in India. This was the network which could had the capacity to quickly detect and enabled us to contain these outbreaks very quickly. And of course, research, the R of the VRDL network stands for research. So there is a lot of research ongoing to detect the strain evolution, the like antiviral susceptibility. Like if I talk about influenza, oseltamivir or Tamiflu is the first line drug. But then we also need to monitor whether the virus is becoming resistant to these drugs. So those are the kind of studies that the multicentric studies that this network keeps on doing to detect what are the evolution of the virus, what are the antiviral patterns which are prevailing, which antiviral to use, where is the resistance developing. So all this data, valuable data, is generated through this network. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the array of viruses which can be detected by the Viral Research and Diagnostic Lab Network. And they have the capacity to, as of now, detect 20 to 25 viruses of public health importance. Next slide, please. So this is the representativeness of the 106 VRDLs that I spoke about. Now there are 3 tiers of the VRDLs. So regional level VRDLs, which are 10 in number, they are extremely well equipped in terms of having a biosafety level 3 facility. So biosafety level 3 facility is something where you can even handle the highly pathogenic viruses, and you can even culture and grow the viruses without infecting the laboratory workers. So this we have 10 in number, followed by state level VRDLs, which are 25 in number. These are also high-end virology laboratories where you can have all state-of-art facilities like virus ELISAs, molecular detection, as well as sequencing of the viruses. Then the lowest in the cadre is the medical college level VRDLs, which are 85 in number. And they also have molecular as well as serological detection of viruses. They have the capabilities of that. So this network is up and running of 106 labs. Now, next please. So the network functions in 2 forms. So first of all, the samples from the field through the, I hope that many of you would be aware that the government of India has an integrated disease surveillance network, which is spread across all the states. And this is the grassroots level surveillance system which operates in the whole country and is mandated to pick up any outbreak at a very early stage. So the VRDLs work in close liaison with the IDSP, and also they receive samples. Since all the VRDLs are located in government medical colleges, there is a flow of samples from the OPD and IPD patients. And the samples are captured from these 2 sources, and complete demographic as well as epidemiological and clinical data of the patients is captured. And eventually the sample collection details and all are captured, lab results are generated, and the results are conveyed back either to the state IDSP if it is coming from an outbreak setting, or to an individual patient in the medical college if it is coming from OPD and IPD patients. So these are the 2 sources from where the VRDLs get the patient samples, and this is how they test and return back the samples. So we have a well characterized database of the patients who are getting infected by viral infections, and we also have a central database where all this country data is being fed. So when I move from 2009 to today, we have a structured network, structured data capture systems, and a well-established system where the results are also being conveyed either through the public health system or patients who are admitted in the hospitals. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are the broad syndromes in which the data is captured, as you can see. So since in most of the cases, the clinical presentation is very broad, so it is very difficult to pinpoint the diagnosis by seeing the patient. But when samples come from field, they come in kind of a syndromic form that is filled up. like the patient has encephalitis, diarrhea, respiratory infections, or fever of unknown origin, fever with rash, jaundice, hemorrhagic fevers, conjunctivitis, as well as others. So these are the broad syndromes in which we capture the details and then offer clinical diagnosis. So these syndromes give us an idea of what test has to be put up for which group of patients. So that's where they help us. Next slide, please. So in order to support this huge network, we also have two very important centers within the ICMR system. One is the Resource Center for VRDL at National Institute of Virology in Pune, which is responsible for building all standard operating procedures for laboratory testing. They are involved in training of different lab staff on different techniques. Then they also provide a quality assurance program to the entire network. Data management is being fed. Data portal is at one of the ICMR's institute at National Institute of Epidemiology in Chennai, wherein weekly, monthly, quarterly reports are generated. The information from outbreaks is immediately conveyed back to the state health system to take punitive action. So this is a very well established and operational system now. Next slide, please. So if I talk about a few significant achievements of the VRDL network, like till date, more than 20 lakh patients have been tested in the past 6 years and a diagnosis has been provided on viral infections. The outbreak has investigated more than 900 the network has investigated more than 900 outbreaks. Now, there are facilities for testing viruses in all parts of the country. In the past 10 years, this has been a very strong asset that the country now has. And since seeing that how viruses can be used as agents of biological warfare, then with this strength coming in, like India has a very robust platform now to respond to any viral outbreak in a very quick time. Then we also are very cognizant that the whole network cannot handle high-risk pathogens because they are highly transmissible. Lab workers can be infected. So high biosafety condition laboratories have been created at almost 15 to 20 sites now, where the high-risk pathogens can also be handled very effectively. And as I earlier said, this was the network which picked up the Zika virus transmission in India. First Zika virus reports from India were from this network. Nipah virus outbreak from Kerala was picked up by this network. Now, as I said that way back in 2009, when we had only 2 facilities in India for testing influenza, now we have more than 45, and now with the COVID outbreak, all 106 VRDLs have risen up to the occasion, and all 106 now have capability for testing influenza like viruses or even COVID-19. Now, this is the network which is helping to improve the surveillance for diseases targeted for elimination. This is measles and rubella now that I'm talking. And as I said, the most important contribution of the VRDL network is that when we had this threat of COVID-19 in January, we could immediately scale up this entire network. Like there was a time when we were dependent on CDC and US to give us reagents. But in record time, NIV Pune, which is our apex virology lab, could standardize the testing methodology, and we could scale it up to 106 VRDLs. And now today, I have more than 620 laboratories in the country which have been built over this VRDL platform and are now involved in COVID diagnosis. So this is really an example of how in record time this network has provided a base on which the country could build up the diagnostic abilities very quickly. And timeliness of reporting of results is 24 to 72 hours in most of the cases. Though I understand exceptions are there depending upon the type of test being conducted, but this is the routine turnaround time, and we continue to work to improve this. Next slide, please. The other very important area that I want to highlight is that all of us know that influenza vaccine is a seasonal vaccine. When I talk about H1N1 or swine flu vaccine, we know it's an yearly vaccine, and every year there is a different strain. So who generates that data, that what strain is prevailing in India? So this is this network now. Network of almost 45 labs which feeds the data into the WHO universal system which determines which vaccine is suitable for which hemisphere of the country. So as of now, India has a robust system of reporting from these 45 influenza labs, which are feeding data every week. And this is the platform which helps us in taking a decision every year which vaccine would suit India. And accordingly, the health ministry, looking at this data, they inform the vaccine manufacturers, and accordingly a vaccine is made available in India. So this is also a very strong contribution of this network. Next, please. And as I said, that through this network now, we have been able to create regional hubs in with NIV Pune, which is the ICMR Institute, as a biosafety level 4 laboratory, which is the highest level of biosafety lab in the world. And that through 13 VRDLs has been identified as a very strong hub for providing diagnosis as well as surveillance for all high-risk pathogens that you talk of, be it Ebola, be it Marburg, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, SARS group of viruses, MERS group of viruses. This is a very strong platform, Nipah virus. And now this platform is also, we have reached out to the WHO Southeast Asia region countries, 11 of them, and they have collaborated with us to strengthen the diagnostic facilities in their respective countries. So we have recently launched a regional research platform with all the SEER countries, wherein this network provides a very strong logistic and training support to the entire Southeast Asia region. Next, please. And when I talk about COVID, this is the strength now. As on yesterday, I had 607 laboratories, which have been further increased to 620 today. And this is the distribution of these laboratories all across the country. And as I said, that the VRDL network has provided a strength and a platform for very quickly establishing such a huge network of COVID-19 testing laboratories in the country. And now, since many laboratories who are testing for COVID-19 are new, the VRDL laboratories are hand-holding these new laboratories, enabling them to give diagnosis. They are also training them. They are also doing the quality assurance for them. So the strong base which is already there in the country is now hand-holding many of them. And the most satisfying thing that has happened in the recent past is that the government of India has realized the need for having molecular diagnosis of viruses, the facilities in all the government as well as private medical colleges of the country. So earlier it was not there, and we through ICMR struggled to create these 106 labs. But after COVID, the government has made it mandatory that any medical college which will be recognized by the Medical Council of India will need to have this infrastructure in place before they get an MCI recognition. So this has very recently happened after the COVID crisis, and we have given all the material to MCI that what all are the requirements, and hand holding from our own laboratories would definitely take place. But now every medical college in the country would see a specialized molecular virology diagnostic capacity there, which will really help us to respond to viral outbreaks in a much, much better way in future. Next, please. So that's all from my side. And again, I would really like to thank the Alumni Association of JNU for giving me this opportunity, and really makes me proud to be a part of this August gathering and a part of JNU. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Nivedita Gupta ji, Dr. Gupta. You talked about how the grassroots level system can help and tackle the problems, how India is tackling this huge, unprecedented problem, and how you have yourself played an important role, and how our country, our institution will tackle this issue of pandemic. Maybe we will have to live with this, as you rightly say. Maybe we will have to continue much more research so that India could not only become self-reliant, but other countries could learn from the experiences of what our country has done. As we all might have seen the YouTube video of Bill Gates and how in 2015 he said that maybe there'll be a pandemic. We are prepared or unprepared for nuclear war, but no any country at that time was so much prepared for these kind of pandemics. And in that kind of spirit, you have rightly talked about the various researches and various measures which India and our research centers are going to take on. Our next speaker is Sri Jha, Sri A.K. Jhaji, who is a Senior Director, Quality Council of India, and he is a Senior Director at National Accreditation Board for Education and Training. So a director who is responsible for quality accreditations and ensuring that a good quality education is being imparted. So that kind of intellectual, that kind of personality is joining us. So welcome, Sri Jhaji.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening to all who are there. And I would like to, I'm honored to be here, and my sincere thanks to Alumni Association of JNU, and especially to Dr. Dheeraj Singh also for giving this opportunity. First of all, I would like to say that I'm thankful to all the speakers who had spoken so illuminating things, and they have given marvelous ideas how our country can become self-reliant. So it is very important thing we have discussed today at this forum, and at this platform. I believe and I understand from the banner what is put for this webinar that JNU is having 80,000 alumni spread all over across India and we can say globe, because there is no boundary now. And also, I mean, so the whatever ideas here has been given, certainly it is going to create a revolution, because everybody will do his part of it to do whatever required in the field and whatever meant in the field. So the very aptly, the topic was taken as Self-Reliant India, which was a campaign started from our Prime Minister Modi, sir, and he has highlighted how India can become self-reliant, and lot of speeches we have heard, and I think most of the part we have covered. But the bit what we are doing, I would like to put before you, and where we are actually impacting the things in this mission of Self-Reliant India mission. Say, I will just give a small brief background of what is where from I am. I am currently with the Quality Council of India, which is an autonomous body and created by ministry. The mission is to creating an ecosystem for the quality. Means this is a nationwide quality movement in India by involving all stakeholders for emphasis on adherence to quality standards in all sphere of activities, primarily for promoting and protecting interest of the nation and its citizens. So it has several boards. During this period of pandemic, that is a crisis period, QCI has also raised to do what it can do to help the country in this difficult time. Like our board, NABL, sent to ICMR list of private labs that can have the capability of testing COVID. And it has helped a lot. And just previous to me, the speaker, I was looking at the slide. So there, our contribution is that NABL fixes the, gives the accreditation to labs, and they are responsible for the quality and standard of the lab. So the confirmatory assessment has been done by them, and that confirmed labs, list of labs have been provided to the ICMR so that we are able to cope up with the situation of today. Then another board which is looking of the QCI is NABH. You might have seen the logo of NABH at different hospitals. So what is the function of NABH? This gives accreditation to hospitals, and the number of ICU and regular beds they have. So they have given the number, so country can prepare for the facilities required as per the number of cases. So it's a very great, I mean, it gives the way to fight the situation what we are having today. Especially when where I am attached, I am with the National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, and in that board, I look after the environment division. Education is certainly the education is so every board has different functions and it is doing. So I will give you a brief what we are doing with in our board. So this NABED is a National Accreditation Board for Education and Training. This environment division is one vertical there, and we are giving the certified list of consultants to the country who are having activities in all the 39 sectors, covering each and every aspect of the every aspects of the industry. Also, take a name of field, the wherever their development activities there, their environment consultants are required, because environment clearance is an important aspect, and only after environment clearance anything can be worked out on the ground. So that step to give a certified list, verified list of consultants, we have created a list of almost 200 consultants who are working throughout pan-India basis and covering each and every sector. Then we are working on accreditation scheme for groundwater consultants also, mining and exploration consultants. MSME sector is also there, that is already touched. Education, in education we are doing a very, I mean at grassroots level, that is primary schools, and we are doing the assessments of schools at primary schools and secondary schools. Higher studies also we are targeting that after some time we will be getting into that. But what we are doing here, we are here evaluating the teaching learning process, and through that process these schools and their standard where they are, we are just hand holding them to bring up in the line. Then training and skill certifications, hospital and healthcare, as I have told, NABH is doing. Apart from that, there are accreditation of certification and inspection bodies. There are different bodies who are working as a certification bodies, and they get accredited from our organization. And based on our standards, they are being accredited and certifying the body. So the CABs, we call it CAB, certification body. These are involved in the field of quality management system, environmental management system, food safety, inspection, food safety management system, inspection, product certification, occupational health and safety management system, information security management system, energy management system. So whole list of things on which we are working, our team is working. And so to become self-reliant, only having infrastructure and thing at place will not help. There must be some quality, and it must follow some quality and standard. So we are dedicated for that, and we are working for that, so that in each and every field, a standard should be followed and the quality should be maintained. So with this, I think a lot of discussion we have done in each and every field, and I just don't want to linger my speech by this. And this is just brief what I wanted to put into. So with this, I would like to thank all the organizers for this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhukar Sarji. Sorry, Dr. Jhaji. Our next speaker is Dr. BBL Madhukar Ji, who is the Director General of BRICS CCI. He is a former MMTC chairman. He is currently founder and Director General of BRICS. We all know BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So that Chamber of Commerce. He's founder, Commerce, that organization. And more than anything else, he is a philanthropist at heart. And in his capacity as the chairman of Ford School of Management, he also announced to donate 1 million rupees. I repeat, 1 million, or rupees 10 lakhs in PM Cares Fund in the wake of this catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic. So welcome, Dr. Madhukar, to make your presentation, sir. Hello, Dr. Madhukar, please.
अभी सुनाई पड़ रहा है?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can.
Asha, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful to Dr. Dheeraj and the office bearers of the Alumni Association that have been given an opportunity to speak to all of you today. Well, I must say that it's a very topical thing to talk about, and Prime Minister has started this movement of self-reliance, which is very timely and very needed. I will
So your
only say,
voice is echoing. Your voice is, yeah. Repeating
well,
again and again. So perhaps you
let
can
me,
use
is
your
it
technology.
okay now?
Again, there is
okay
an
now?
echo. There is an echo.
Is it okay now?
It's a bit better. Let's see.
Which one?
Yeah, it's a bit better now. Please start, sir. It's a bit better.
Am I okay?
Yes.
I hope it is not. Is it okay? Is it all right now?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right. It is, why is it echoing?
Yeah, no, it is echo. There is lots of echo now.
I don't know what to do.
Try once again, please. Dr. Madhukar. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello. I think he is not in the meeting now.
Keswaji is very much here.
Is he? Okay, then please tell him to start his, to make his presentation.
धीरज जी, मधुकर जी को बताइए.
Get him unmuted.
Yeah.
If possible, please call him. If you have, because obviously I don't have his number, but
Kindly get him unmuted. It is muted.
yeah, but as a co-host, you can do it.
Okay.
I can't see his name. He was here, but now I can't find.
No, he's still there. Still there.
There,
This is
there.
Birender's iPad.
Birender's iPad. Yeah.
Okay. I was trying. Yeah, he's not connected with his audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can see. Connected. Luckily connected.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, then I proceed now. Hello. Well, India is very highly respected in certain fields. Those fields are, is it audible?
Yes, it's very good now. It's very good now.
Thank you. Okay, that's great. So I must say that India is highly respected globally, particularly in two or three fields. One field is that IT. We are an IT giant. We are rated very high in the global scene as far as IT applications is concerned, and which is going to provide us further opportunities because of this COVID thing. More and more work will be done through distance education and distance mode. This distance mode and the online doing things and working from home is going to start new opportunities. That is one thing. Second thing is the healthcare. Indian doctors are very well reputed globally. Indian doctors, Indian nurses, Indian healthcare professionals, they are highly respected globally and they are in great demand. Even these days, the American have opened the gates for Indian doctors and nurses to go there. So that is another strong point that we have, and it is a new opportunities which are coming in our field. Another thing is that the people who may come for investment in India is not for any other reason except that we have the manpower, skilled manpower, which can really do their job well. So that is one reason. Second reason is that we have a large base, consumer base, which means that almost 1 billion people are available all the time to take the products. So therefore, this is a big power that the purchasing power of India is a big, what you call, provide incentive for any country to invest in India. Another thing which has now arisen, a new opportunity, is that work from home will give a new set of people to come into the work field. Like, for example, a large number of women are not able to participate despite their being qualified into the scene because of their family compulsions and all the compulsions. That's why they are not able to contribute to the workforce, which will be possible now with the work being done from home. So that is also another great thing which will reduce the cost also. And one more thing is that the infrastructure development is a very important priority, which has got to be done and that has to be developed. If the India has to be self-reliant, the infrastructure sector has to be stepped up. Another thing which is very important is that the agriculture sector holds great promise for India and as well as and for the farmers, it's a great source of revenue. Unlocking the full potential of the agri sector is something which must be must be done as fast as possible, so that if agriculture could become a corporate culture, in the sense that the investments can go into that sector and a lot of big players can also come into the field of agriculture, then the rural economy will be transformed. And this is important, that if the rural economy is transformed, the villages are transformed, the villages become rich and accomplished. In that case, the country will also become rich. So therefore, this is this is also if the rural economy is enriched and rural economy is nourished, then India will be a globally very important country. Another thing which is important is that India has the potential to become global hub for affordable education. India has that kind of infrastructure, that there are a large number of teachers qualified to impart education to students coming from different parts of the world. Therefore, it can be an education hub for the whole world. So this is another opportunity which is thrown up now. And because the distance education system, it is not necessary that everybody has to come into the classroom, and then the teaching can be done. Teaching can be done in distance mode as well. So these are a few things which need to be done in order that India becomes self-reliant, and in order that we really become a very affluent or a very likable country. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Is that okay?
Thank you very much. Yes, it was fantastic to hear your views, Dr. Madhukar. You talked about the importance of rural economy, because we all know that the heart of India lies in villages. So you talked about the rural economy, and you also very rightly pointed about the affordable education. Many years ago, teachers in England and in America, and particularly in England, I know for very sure that they used to mark copies and papers of Indian schools and students of secondary schools. But today, the secondary school teacher of India, they are marking and they are assessing the works of British secondary and primary schools. So you very rightly talked about the potential which India has, both in rural economy as well as affordable education and many other things. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time and giving inspirational speech, encouragement to Alumni Association of JNU and to JNU. So thank you very, very much. Our next speaker is the registrar, none other than the registrar, Sri Pramod or Dr. Pramod Kumarji, who will deliver his valedictory gratitude to all the speakers, because he is not only part of ours, but he is also the current registrar of JNU. I remember him when I was at JNU, we were contemporary. He also taught like me in Delhi University in chemistry. So I welcome Dr. Kumar, who is registrar, Pramod Kumarji, who is registrar of JNU. Welcome, sir.
Dhanyavad. I am seeing some interpreter is there, and everybody is speaking in English, so he has not got an opportunity. So let me speak in Hindi. Let us
one minute, sir. So I will do interpretation for you. So let me make myself as an interpreter first. And just 1 minute. I will do this one. I will manage this one. I will make myself. Yeah. So. Yes, I will do that now. Yeah.
आज के इस वेबिनार के चीफ गेस्ट माननीय वीके सिंह जी, वाइस चांसलर JNU, एवं आज के इस वेबिनार के स्पीकर्स और पार्टिसिपेंट्स। जब इतना बढ़िया स्पीकर हो और इतने लोगों ने अपनी बातों को बहुत स्पष्टता से रखी, इस समय इसका समापन भाषण देना सबसे डिफिकल्ट काम है। इस वेबिनार में हमने उन लोगों को सुना जो लोग अपने क्षेत्र में अपनी एक सोच रखते हैं और उनको उसको क्रियान्वयन करने का, उसको पूरा करने का चांस भी मिला। तो मैं उन सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं। और वेबिनार की जो सबसे जो सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी होती है वो होता है कि ये मोनो डायलॉग होता है, एक साइड से ही कोई बोलते हैं और इस परिस्थिति में करीब 3.5-4 घंटे तक इसको सुनना और सुनने के बाद बोर ना होना और इच्छा हो कि ऐसी बातें और कही जाए, ये साबित करता है कि हमारा वेबिनार कितना सफल रहा है। जब हम क्राइसिस में आते हैं, जब भी देश के सामने कोई क्राइसिस आती है तो उस समय कोई ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें जो हमें उतना रेलिवेंट नहीं लगती है, बाद में उसका रेलिवेंस हमें समझ में आने लगता है। जैसे कि वेबिनार या ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस ये कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है, मगर यह इस्तेमाल नहीं होती थी। मगर इस कोरोना की वजह से हम लोग सारे मीटिंग वेबिनार के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं और इसका लाभ हमें ये हो रहा है कि इतने सारे लोगों को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर एक साथ हम इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं। तो वेबिनार भी इस क्राइसिस का ही प्रोडक्ट है। उसी तरह से आज का जो टॉपिक है जिस पर सारे विद्वान ने अपने मत दिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत भी कोई कोरोना के कोख से जन्म नहीं लिया है। यदि हम भारत के इतिहास को देखें और भारत के इतिहास में हम जितना पीछे जाएंगे हम देखेंगे कि हमारा देश भारत उतना ज़्यादा आत्मनिर्भर रहा है। और ये आत्मनिर्भर केवल इकोनॉमी के क्षेत्र में नहीं रहा है, ये आप जिस फील्ड में भी देखेंगे, चाहे वो कल्चरल हो, सोशल हो, डिफेंस हो, सब जगह भारत हमेशा आत्मनिर्भर रहा है। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जब इकोनॉमी की चर्चा करें तो हम देखेंगे कि 18वीं सदी तक भारत की इकोनॉमी दुनिया के किसी भी देश की इकोनॉमी से बहुत आगे थी। एक रिपोर्ट कहता है कि 18वीं सदी में भारत की इकोनॉमी पूरे विश्व के इकोनॉमी के 23% थी। तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत शुरू से रहा है, लेकिन 18वीं सदी के बाद जो हमारे शासक आए उनको ये चीज अच्छा नहीं लगा और पूरा वेस्टेड तरीके से, एक सुनियोजित तरीके से भारत को आत्मनिर्भरता से दूर किया। और जब भारत आजाद हुआ, दुर्भाग्य ये रहा कि आजाद होने के बावजूद भी भारत उन लोगों के ही मार्ग पर चला जिन लोगों ने भारत के आत्मनिर्भरता को खत्म किया। बड़ा अफसोस होता है जब हम इस बात को कहते हैं कि भारत एक खोज के रचयिता भी भारत के अंदर आत्मनिर्भरता को नहीं ढूंढ पाए थे और उनको उसमें भारत आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहिए, इस पर उनका ध्यान नहीं गया था। जब भारत आत्मनिर्भर था तो कोरोना की तरह हजारों महामारियां आई थी और बीमारी ही नहीं, भूखमरी, तरह तरह के आक्रांता जिन्होंने भारत को बहुत बुरे तरीके से लूटा, फिर भी भारत अपने पैरों पर खड़ा हो जाता था। क्यों? क्योंकि भारत एक स्किल बेस्ड नेशन था। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में यहाँ के लोगों का स्किल काम करता था। मगर आज एक बार फिर से कोरोना के दौरान लोगों ने महसूस किया कि यदि आपको सफल होना है, भारत को समृद्धि की तरफ ले जाना है, या दूसरे शब्दों में कहें कि एक संगठन यह हमेशा बोलता है कि भारत का हमें पुनर्निर्माण करना है। तो भारत का पुनर्निर्माण करना है, इससे कहने का मतलब ये होगा कि भारत पहले समृद्ध था और समृद्धि का कारण उसकी आत्मनिर्भरता थी। तो भारत का पुनर्निर्माण तभी संभव है यदि हम भारत को एक बार फिर से आत्मनिर्भर बनाएं। आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने 5 पॉइंट्स बताए भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए। उन्होंने कहा इकोनॉमी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सिस्टम, डेमोक्रेसी और डिमांड। यदि हम 5 चीज़ों का विश्लेषण ठीक से करें और इनके ऊपर फोकस करें तो भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो सकता है। ये अच्छी चीज़ है, मगर इससे हमें क्विक गेन हो सकता है। भारत लंबे समय तक केवल इन्हीं 5 चीज़ों पर आधारित होकर के आत्मनिर्भर नहीं रह सकता, क्योंकि देश के ऊपर खतरा केवल इकोनॉमिक ही नहीं है। हमारे पड़ोस के देश भी हमारे ऊपर गलत नज़र रखते हैं, जो हमारे ऊपर मिलिट्री आक्रमण भी कर सकते हैं। और यदि आपको मिलिट्री वाइज स्ट्रांग होना है, जब आपको फाइनेंशियली स्ट्रांग होना है, इसके लिए आत्मनिर्भरता ही आपके पास एक ऑप्शन है। लेकिन इन 5 चीज़ों के द्वारा केवल इकोनॉमी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सिस्टम, डेमोक्रेसी और डिमांड के बेसिस पर ही नहीं, हमको विचार करना होगा कि वो कौन सी चीज़ें थी जिसके बेसिस पर भारत प्राचीन समय में आत्मनिर्भर था। हमें अपने कल्चरल वैल्यूज, हमें अपने फैमिली वैल्यूज, इसको भी समझना पड़ेगा। तो आज के जितने भी विद्वान थे, इन्होंने बताया कि एक आत्मनिर्भर देश होने के लिए आपको किन किन चीज़ों की आवश्यकता होती है और उन चीज़ों में भारत ने कितना कुछ गेन किया है। और आज का वेबिनार इसलिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि आज वे स्पीकर्स आए जिन लोगों ने इन सारे चीज़ों को, इन जो आवश्यक चीज़ें हैं, इनको बुनियादी चीज़ों को देखा है, इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के एक भागी रहे हैं। और इस फील्ड में इनका दशकों का एक्सपीरियंस है। तो मुझे लगता है यदि इनका एक्सपीरियंस हमें मिले तो हम इसका लाभ उठा सकते हैं। और मैं आज को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, इतना बढ़िया कार्यक्रम किया और इन्होंने सोचा कि एक देश को यदि स्वावलंबी होना है तो किन किन चीज़ों की जरूरत पड़ेगी। और हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने बताया कोरोना के समय यदि हमें किट्स की ज़रूरत है, मेडिकल किट की ज़रूरत है, और उनको बताया गया कि आपको टेस्टिंग किट बनानी है, तो बहुत जल्दी बना करके दिए। हमें पीपीई बनाना है, इन्होंने बना करके दिया। चाइना से आयात, चाइना से जो हमने इंपोर्ट किया था, उन किट को हमने कहा गलत है, और हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने चैलेंज को लिया और उसे काफ़ी बेहतर किट, उसे काफ़ी कम कीमत में बना करके दिया। ये साबित करता है कि आत्मनिर्भर होने का पोटेंशियल हमारे पास है, केवल एक मोटिवेशन की ज़रूरत है। और मुझे लगता है जो आज से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं, चर्चा में बात आई कि आज जेएनयू के करीब करीब 80,000 से ज़्यादा एलुमनाई है, और जेएनयू के एलुमनाई बाकी विश्वविद्यालयों के एलुमनाई से भिन्न होते हैं। आज जेएनयू के एलुमनाई दुनिया के हर क्षेत्र में अव्वल किए हैं और काफ़ी शीर्ष पर बैठे हुए हैं। मगर बाकी विश्वविद्यालय भी बोल सकते हैं कि हमारे पास एलुमनाई की संख्या आपसे बहुत ज़्यादा है। हमारे एलुमनाई में राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में, वैज्ञानिक क्षेत्र में आपसे बेहतर है। लेकिन जेएनयू एलुमनाई की खासियत है, जेएनयू के पढ़ने वाला हर व्यक्ति कहीं ना कहीं से समाज से जुड़ा हुआ होता है। उसके अंदर एक सोशलिस्ट थॉट होती है, वो समाज का चिंतन करता है। तो यदि हमारे पास एक ऐसा दल हो जो वैज्ञानिक हो और समाज के लिए कुछ करना है, इसके लिए तत्पर हो, यदि इस कॉम्बिनेशन को हम कहीं खोजेंगे तो हमें जेएनयू के अलावा और एक कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। और जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, यदि आपको स्वावलंबी होना है, यदि आपको आत्मनिर्भर होना है, तो आपको एकेडमिकली साउंड होना पड़ेगा। आपको एक ऐसे एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी जो विषय को भी समझता हो और समाज को भी समझता हो। तो विषय को केवल एक नौकरी के लिए नहीं समझता है, तो विषय को समाज को कुछ देना है, इस उद्देश्य से समझता है। तो ऐसा एकमात्र इंस्टीट्यूट, एकमात्र यूनिवर्सिटी, एकमात्र शिक्षण संस्थान जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी है। अतः मैं आज के पदाधिकारियों को मैं इस बात की सलाह देता हूँ कि आप ऐसे कार्यक्रम करें, और वेबिनार के माध्यम से इसका हमें फायदा हो रहा है कि हम कहीं से भी जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति को, चाहे वो कहीं भी बैठा है दुनिया के कोने में, उससे हम जोड़ पाते हैं, उनको हम जोड़ें। और मुझे यकीनन, मुझे 100% विश्वास है, मैं इस नाते नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं जेएनयू का छात्र हूँ, मैं बाकी यूनिवर्सिटियों को देखने के बावजूद भी इस बात को बोल रहा हूँ कि यदि जेएनयू के एलुमनाई इस बात की बीड़ा ले लें, ये टास्क ले लें कि हमको भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, तो इसमें वो सक्सेस होंगे और वो कर सकते हैं। मैं इन्हीं बातों के साथ अपनी बात को खत्म करूंगा। एक बार मैं फिर से आज को बधाई देता हूं और साथ साथ धन्यवाद भी देता हूं कि आपने इतना बढ़िया कार्यक्रम किया, इतने लोगों को एक बार यहाँ जोड़ा, और जो कुछ भी आज हमने सीखा है इसको हम बाकी समाज में इस बात को लेकर जाएंगे। और निश्चित रूप से जिस उद्देश्य से आपने इस सेमिनार को किया है, इस वेबिनार को आयोजित किया है, उसमें हमें सफलता मिलेगी। और जेएनयू के छात्र जिनके ऊपर तार्किक होने का, सरकार से हमेशा कुछ डिमांड करने का मांग होता है, मुझे लगता है कि उनको भी दुनिया को बताने का एक मौका आ गया है कि हम केवल सरकार से मांग ही नहीं करते हैं, हम समाज को बेहतर बनाने के लिए बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे और जरूर करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. I was doing interpretation in English on that one, so just 1 minute. I will mute myself. And I was doing simultaneous interpretation, and hopefully those, I mean, most of the people would understand Hindi, but those who could not, I was doing for you, Pramod Bhaiji. So thank you very much for inspiring us. Obviously, you talked about the India, which was self-reliant in ancient times from 1st to 18th century, and you talked about no other than the famous professor Addison Magnus, who told that India was had number 1 or number 2 economy in the world from 1st to 18th century. It was the colonizers and people who made us really go downhill. But after independence, there was even after independence, some people did not follow, and they did not do well to make India self-reliant. But today we are contributing, the government is contributing, and the JNU students and the alumni, we are serious in making India self-reliant. Thank you very much for your very wise and kind words. Thank you also for encouraging Alumni Association of JNU. You are also a part of AAJ. So obviously your words are very, very important. Now, next, I would like to ask Dr. Mahib ji, the convener, to join and give a vote of thanks. And then we will take some question, but I'm not sure if the speakers are still here. But whoever wants to, if I'm not very, very sure that how many speakers are here. So let Dr. Mahib come and say a few words of thanks, please.
Thank you, sir. I stand before you as the convener for the second time to extend a vote of thanks to all of you and acknowledge your presence. We are privileged to have His Excellency Union Minister General V.K. Singh as the chief guest, keynote address Sri Tripathi sir, who is also a JNU alumnus, and several other dignitaries who joined us for the inaugural edition of our Aaj webinar, braving the low morale due to COVID-19. I would like to put on record our great admiration for JNU administration, which was represented by Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Rector Sir, and Registrar Sir. We thank our moderator, Dr. Yukteswar Kumar Sir, who is not only a faculty at University of Bath, UK, but also an elected councillor in England for doing the most commendable job with ease and great perfection. On behalf of Alumni Association of JNU, I would like to pay my highest gratitude to each and every speaker for sharing their thoughts, ideas, vista and vision in the context of self-reliant India, aspirations and opportunities. The entire session was full of knowledge, insights, intellect, with unique vantage point with various perspectives. It was brilliant, outstanding, simply superb. Let me thank all our speakers, Sri R. Ramanan, who leads Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Mrinalini Darshwal Madam, a doctor turned IAS officer who delivered her speech, was brilliant. At the same time, we got some report from the first-hand field, Sri S.N. Pradhan sir. We have our honorable guest, Arun Kumar Panda sir. We have our Madam Niveta Gupta, a senior scientist of ICMR. We have Dr. Sujit Kumar Vajpayee sir, and Sri A.K. Jha sir, BBL Madhukar sir, and there are other speakers also, but due to the time constraints, they couldn't manage to join. They will come to us to our different upcoming webinar series. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants who logged in from across the globe to join this webinar, including our alumni, life members, JNU alumni, friends, and well-wisher, and all Aaj EC members, many of whom joined it on Facebook and other multimedia platforms to listen to the brilliant speakers who are leaders in their respective domain. On behalf of Alumni Association of JNU, I would like to extend a big thank to the entire organizing team led by President Mr. Rajesh Kumar and General Secretary Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, including we have a team in which technical support and that did the job based by Biju Philip, Amish Shaharan, who worked round the clock to make our inaugural session a grand success. Let me also thank each and every member of Aaj team, many of whom worked behind the curtain tirelessly. Will end up my Thanksgiving speech, which has gone pretty long and stably given the long list of speakers. Nevertheless, let me finally conclude by making an earnest appeal to all of you to make generous contribution towards our ongoing Aaj Corona Relief Fund raising drive. And second, it's a humble request to all our JNU alumni to join Alumni Association of JNU Aaj and build it stronger. I would like to end on an optimistic note that our next webinar session will be announced shortly, as we all are fully geared up and motivated to eat quite frequently. Alumni Association of JNU wishes you all a very happy and corona-free life ahead. Thank you so much for your participation. Jai Hind.
Jai, thank you, Mahibji. I could see that on Facebook, more than 148 comments and 163 likes, 29 shares. So that means that hundreds of people, not only the students and alumnus of JNU, they have watched our program. Hundreds, certainly 100 people, they joined us on Zoom. There was a time that more than 200 or 300 people were waiting. My sincere apologies once again with folded hand that we did have had this kind of thing, but technology sometimes happens and we could not accommodate more people. So really sorry for that. I have seen quite a lot of positive feedback, both on Zoom and on Facebook. And I know there will be always people who will say, oh, this could have done, we could have done better. Yes, we could. Yes, but this was our first maiden attempt. There was a technical glitch, but I think because of the help, support, and team effort of all the people, particularly the president of Alumni Association, particularly because of Dheerajji, I could see that almost all the speakers were naming Dheerajji for his work, for inviting them on this platform. So we take this opportunity and thank to everybody. It is obviously, we are JNU, we are the community, and we must go forward in building this nation. If not us, then who we will? Who will be the other institution? What can be the other university if not we? So come forward, make your effort in making our country a self-reliant country. Couple of announcements about question and answer session. It was difficult when we have a galaxy, creme de claim of speakers like General Patriot Vijay Kumar Singh ji, or the Vice Chancellor. The time was a problem when you have got 100 people asking questions. That would have been perhaps a bit of problem. So we had decided that we will take question and answer in the end. But unfortunately, Vice Chancellor ji and Honorable Minister, they have left us. So we cannot ask question because your question was to them. Quite a lot of senior speakers, bureaucrats, scholars, they have also left. So it is not feasible now to take any question from the audience. And I'm sure that your heart is big. You will excuse us if there was any kind of problem, because this was our maiden attempt. But on the whole, I personally feel that it was quite successful. At least 300 people through Facebook and Zoom, they watched us. At least we did interpretation, both from Hindi to English and English to Hindi. I did myself interpretation, simultaneous interpretation for my elder brother and contemporary in JNU, who is Registrar Pramod Bhaiji. So I know that it has been done because I have myself done it. So I'm not going to take much time now. And still, for more than 3 hours, we have been running this webinar, and quite a lot of people are still here. So that shows how successful it has been. So thank you very much to everybody. Really, I say it with folded hand for whatever glitches and technical problems you could not join. So that is on behalf of JNU AAJ, on my personal behalf, I apologize. I sincerely apologize, but we will do it better. Because if this is, the life is long learning curve. We have now learned a lesson that we should have not used perhaps Zoom, we should have used a better or bigger platform, and we will look into that. So thank you very much. I know it is more than 9 o'clock in the night in India, and it has been pleasure reconnecting with many people. I've already received hundreds, literally hundreds of messages on WhatsApp and Facebook. So thank you very much for your encouragement, and I wish you, everybody, all the prosperity, all the success, all the health, all the happiness. May you always proceed. May we always win. May JNU shows the path that India can become self-reliant, and other institutions, other universities could learn from us, and JNU could lead in making India the Sone ki Chiriya. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.